Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Umzansi Esports League Season 3. It is final day. We have seen lots of action happening throughout the past few months in the Umzansi Esports League. And we are here, we being myself, Thando, and Snare, get the rhyme. We are here to give you all the action that is the final. I can see Snare has got his red scarf ready to give you all the action. He's got his leather jacket. He's dressed up. And you can tell that Thendo is definitely wearing his Sunday best because everybody's like, listen, today is the day that we crown a brand new champion. Or no, we have a champion retaining their title. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a quick look at the schedule for today. While the schedules are getting ready, I will let you know what is happening. Okay, there we go. We have the FIFA 21 Grand Finale between Young Savage and Unfaizd coming up right after we finish talking in the next few minutes. And then after that, we have 3 amazing matches in the PUBG Mobile Final. 4 matches, sorry, in the PUBG Mobile Final. Starting on Erangel, going to Sanhok, then Miramar, and then we double back to Erangel for a grand finale in the place that we all started. But ladies and gentlemen, right now, let's take a look at the prize pool so you understand what these players have been fighting for over the last few months. This is Season 3, and the prize pool stands at $17,500, with $15,000 going to the PUBG Mobile prize pool and $2,500 staying right here with the FIFA 21 prize winners. So let's also show you how these $2,500 is broken down amongst the players. As you can see, in third and fourth place, we have Basum and the Beast Bianchi, both going home with $250. Second place goes home with $500, and first place goes home with a whopping $1,200. The match we are having today will determine who ends up in first place and who ends up in second place. And just in case you don't know, here's a look at the 2 players who will be fighting for the crown today. It is, of course, Young Savage and Unfaizd. Snare, let's talk about these 2 guys. We have Young Savage, who's potentially going to be a new champion, and we have Unfaizd, who won Season 1. What's going to happen today, my brother?
That's going to be the question, because over the course of the last 2 days, we've seen very different looks coming out of these 2 young gentlemen. Young Savage has really been firing on all cylinders, dispatched the Beast in really killer fashion in a critical moment in the game. His composure is super high right now. At the same time, Unfaizd just looked unstoppable yesterday and put in one of the most dominant performances he has in the entirety of the Umzansi Esports League Season 3. So we're actually going to be having them at their absolute peak, at their absolute best. We're going to be seeing Unfaizd trying to do his level best to slot in as many goals as he did yesterday. And Young Savage, he defended in a way that honestly I've never seen from him, and I didn't fully feel capable, or that he was capable of, over the last 2 days. But he did it, and the question is, can he defend in that same fashion again against Unfaizd, who is looking a bit more threatening, looking like he's in a situation where he wants to get himself that second title. But Young Savage, right now, probably feeling a little bit like he wants to be the other person in the Goliath camp that also lifts a Nodwin Gaming Championship. Leaving Julio the Beast Bianchi out on the cold feels bad, but you gotta join the club yourself. And I think what we're gonna be having from the 2 of them today is we're not gonna have the feeling out that we saw between the Beast and Young Savage. We're not gonna be having the blowout, I think, that we saw between Unfaizd and Masum. This is gonna be as exciting as yesterday's match, but much closer in the goal scoring, I think.
Oh, so Snare thinks it's going to be much closer. Thando, I'm going to ask you, are you in the mood for a brand new champion, or do you think we're going to have Unfaizd, obviously not defending his title, but claiming his title back after winning Season 1?
Yeah, I mean, look, I've been screaming and shouting it the entirety of the day. It's Championship Sunday, you know, and with that, there's a lot of pressure. There's a lot to live up to. And I think I'm feeling that Young Savage is definitely ready to step up to the plate here. Myself and Snare in the background have been going back and forth. You know, I'm on Young Savage's side, he's on Unfaized side, and I mean, of course, man, we can't be co-casters and agree on everything. So I think, you know, yes, Unfaized, you know, definitely pulls up a more methodical game plan. You know, he has a really good structure in the back line, and he's really good at reading the game. But I just think, you know, Young Savage's explosiveness, you know, his clinicalness in the box is really gonna make him pull ahead in today's grand final. It's Championship Sunday, boys, and it's getting hot.
When you think about the way it was set up, we were wondering because Young Savage actually qualified in the fourth position, if I'm not mistaken,
Yeah.
and he faced first. So he was literally the least expected person to be in the finals at the moment, and we are so close to seeing a great upset. Now, I know when we were looking at the standings, we were like, oh, the two newcomers and the two champions, former champions facing each other. But Snare, I'm going to leave right now with this question for you. Today, do you think that Young Savage has what it takes to be a champion?
I think he has what it takes, but I think that Unfazed wants this a little bit more personally. I think that Unfazed, in many respects, he felt that he should have been able to claim the second one in season 2 already. So this is sort of a revenge thing for him. Like you were mentioning, Young Savage knows for a fact that the fact that he got here is already an accomplishment for him. He doesn't have anything more to prove. The fact he's already in the grand finals. But for Unfazed, he needs this. But, you know, anything can happen. I'm still on the camp of saying Unfaizd is going to win this one out, but I do think that Young Savage will definitely make it exciting, and I'm extremely happy that he is the challenger against Unfaizd.
Couldn't really predicted during the regular season who's really going to be in this final. I think there were so many good candidates that were put up on the table.
Mm-hmm.
And today is definitely going to be quite a big decider, I think, here, you know, in the trajectory of how the next season is going to start for the Umzansi Esports League, because right here, right now, it's a big day for both these boys, and so far everything is cool, calm, and collected. I feel towards the mid-game, it's going to be a little bit more tense, a little bit more frantic.
Absolutely. Something that I've just noticed now as well is, remember what we saw from Unfazed, where he'd make the decision to bring in Gullet. And we were speaking about this yesterday, talking about how Young Savage has done a lot of work in terms of adapting some of the things that he's gotten from his contemporaries in the Goliath gaming camp. And look what he's done here, Tendo. I see Gullet on both teams. So he has also made this adjustment. He's decided that, you know what, this guy, I saw what he was able to bring forth. There's a reason why Goliath Unfazed made sure to put him in the team. So I'm going to adopt a similar tactic. We'll see if it works out for him. So far, the game has been a little bit tepid. I haven't seen anybody try to do anything really explosive just yet, but it's going to take a little bit of time before we get to that point. We now see a very deep run going forward. This might be the chance where he's able to break through, but sadly, it doesn't look like it's going to happen just yet for Unfazed. He's actually got a lot of new players, but look at these dribbles in the box. He goes for the shot, and it hits the woodwork. He almost had the opening goal. So it looks like these crackers that he was scoring yesterday, he's still in the mood to add more today.
Of course, in the grand final, the 12th man has to that situation. And it's a bit unfortunate for Young Savage. And I'm really worried for Unfaized today because Young Savage, you know, not comparing him to how Masuma's playing. Masuma, I think, is also a very explosive player. But I think what Young Savage has over Masum is just being able to finish in the box. And that was a very good example. And I think if Unfaized doesn't tighten up the defense here, he's going to be in real trouble. But for now, lit on the ball, back to the Young. He's trying to find some passes in forward, but there's not much to work with. So Bamba's going to be able to intercept this ball and run it up down the wing. A few options in front. Finds Jones for now. Plays it forward once again. Some options still for Young Savage. Maybe this is a goal in a good spot here, but no, the defender's there to intercept.
Beautiful interception that came through there, and we still will be having the game still quite tight, still being kept in the balance. We're not going to have anything being decided just yet. A pretty cool thing that I noticed here as well is that we have a lot of different players for Unfazed, but Young Savage is also changing things up by having his strikers drop back pretty deep to make sure that they can assist with all the overlapping runs. We saw, obviously, Unfazed play Gullet box to box. This time around, it looks like Unfazed or Young Savage will rather be having his strikers do that job. So far, no one's really been able to break through. We had that one incredible shot come in earlier, but it didn't get into the back of the box. Now, here comes the run from Young Savage. Can he get through? Can he find his way into the box? And the more and more he keeps pressing and keeps poking and prodding, the more confidence he can build up for himself, but also there's a potential for frustration. Now, though, this is not frustrating. It's a great place to be. Bamba waiting in the middle of the box, gets it through to Ronaldo. Ronaldo will get the ball, turn, goes it into the top corner. And opening the scoreline in the grand final will be Young Savage, 1 goal up. And thus far, as it stands, trying to be the new champion here in the Umzansi Esports League.
And it's exactly what I was talking about, where Savage in the box, it's almost guaranteed to be a goal. I think that's definitely what the Beast Bianchi was struggling with in their semi-final affair. I just think compared to how the Beast was finishing compared to Savage, Savage just, you know, gets himself in the right spot with the right players as well. He knows he's just able to finish up on that. So now the pressure's on here for Unfaizd. You know, it's the difference between winning 500 Rand and winning not 500 Rand, guys. It's not 500 Rand. What am I saying? It's $500. You know, compared to winning 1.2. You know, so there's a lot of pressure here. Sometimes bombs are sweaty, but the likes of Savage, it doesn't look quite that case. And he's on the ball here. He's in a dangerous position. He pulls it in, but doesn't find anyone, and it's a rebound shot. And he's still there, and it's not clear just yet, but just in time, the defense is there for Unfazed, and it's heating up here. Oh my goodness.
Oh my, what bad luck there for Unfazed, or for the Young Savage. He gets blocked by the keeper, blocked by a defender, and blocked by his own player ultimately in the ball. 3 shots, it doesn't go into the back of the net, and we'll still have to try get there. Those are 2 opportunities now where Young Savage will feel, I should maybe be 2 goals or maybe even 3 up at this point. But Unfazed, very happy with this particular turn of events, allows him to stay in this one. Still hasn't been able to thread through anything that seems really threatening, and by and large, I would love to see the possession stats, but the way the ball has been moving around, Young Savage has been in complete control of the entire pitch. Everywhere that Unfazed tries to move, there's already players right there to mark. These flanks are closed off. He's trying his best to break through. I mean, we saw Atal and the success he had on the run yesterday, but today, absolutely no movement for Yusuf. And now, over this time, Unfazed doesn't find a way past the defenders either way, and will get intercepted immediately back into the attack. And they'll... Wow, that was what? That's a half already? Where did that come from? That felt like we just started here, Tendo.
Yeah, that's what you call a championship Sunday half right there. It just flies by. And unfortunately, if it keeps flying by for Unfazed, he's going to, you know, really lose a lot of steam. But right now, it's still, you know, pulling into this half. It's a 1-0. So there's still a lot to work with. And I'm liking what I'm seeing from Unfazed so far. It's not really that he's crumbling to the pressure that Young Savage is applying onto him. I really just think that Young Savage is finishing in the box, and just his placement of where his players are is just a little bit, you know, upper hand right now. And that's what's, you know, guaranteeing this lead right now. But for how long can he defend it here, Sneh?
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Because clearly Young Savage is still playing the same form that we saw him in on Friday. Unfazed has yet to really flip the switch and get off to the same degree of performance. So once he does that, that's when things can really start to change up. Of course, for Young Savage, he's not going to be happy with this 1 goal. If he can get the second, things might get a little bit more comfortable for him. But now we get into the second half, still in the first leg, but these next few minutes will determine whether or not we go into leg 2 with a lead for Young Savage, or if Unfazed can bring this one back. Young Savage definitely wants to make this one a lead. Look at this attacking run. Bamba on the edge of the box right now. Who can he pick out? Nobody's really close by for this pass, so he's forced to go the long way. Letting himself past the defender. Now finally able to pick out Nani. Getting into the box. Tries to get the slice through. Won't be able to do so, but get the drop back ball back into the back of the net. 2 goals up. Young Savage will not be denied. He wants that championship, baby, and he wants it today.
Just a different level of class there, I think, with the finishing before Young Savage really had to put Unfazed on his tippy toes there, and just unfortunately he ends up slipping. So now there's even more pressure now to find 2 goals just to level things up. Of course, there is that second leg to look at, but sometimes, you know, you have to play the leg that you're in, and you can't give up in this one. And this cross is coming in. We're looking really dangerous, but not dangerous enough. But it rebounds onto De Bruyne, who plays it with Jones. aren't really finding anything as De Jong intercepts on the side of Unfaizd. So now maybe an attack here with Ronaldo. He finds a really good pass, but the defense has read it well for an interception. So now it's just Unfaizd trying to edge his way in closer and closer to that final third, and really struggling.
Yeah, he's going a little bit more desperate in terms of how he's trying to get the ball into there, but the desperation not necessarily paying off just yet. But look at these clinical passes from the Goliath man of Young Savage. Ball back to Nani. Bamba receives the pass, slots it into the back of the net. That was just artwork what we saw there from Young Savage. Man, beautiful. He gets the ball on the attack, defends well, brings it back up onto the top of the pitch, and makes it look like, man, that's just another day at the office here, Tendo. 3-0 against an Unfaizd who was looking like a really, really championship caliber player yesterday, and today looking like he's not even in the same league as Unfaizd. Or as Young Savage, excuse me.
It's a little bit unfortunate, the tide that things are turning here. And I think Unfaizd just needs to get a little bit of a mental reset, you know, because he's definitely championship material. He's here in the grand final, you know, there's the Beast to look at, there's Masoom that didn't make it, the likes of Tifak, you know, there were so many players here that could have been in this final, and he's definitely one of those players that we all believe can make something happen. But I mean, when you have Young Savage, you know, a hungry youngster ready to make a name for himself here, it's going to be really difficult, but he's in here with Mbappe, and maybe he can get something now to open up the scoring for himself. It's a really good turn to get himself back in the box, but he's holding onto it for really long. Tries to take a shot, but the keeper is there, the final man to stop him, and it's still no goals for Unfaizd.
That was some amazing defending from Young Savage, keeping his composure there with the track on the defender, as well as making sure that the keeper doesn't get dragged off his line, maintains his positioning so he's on hand for a very short stop that shouldn't really have happened. That should have been a goal, but Young Savage making sure that he's still keeping the clean sheet right now. 3-0 up deep into the second half, and it really feels like there's just no way through for Unfaizd. If he didn't intercept that ball, we'd certainly be staring at goal number 4, I think. So he still maybe has a chance to try drag one back. But as more and more time is passing, it really is feeling like Young Savage has all the answers here, Tendo, for everything that Unfaizd tries to do.
Yeah, he's looking really clean today, Young Savage. He's looking nice and warm as well. I feel like he was really prepared for this fixture. He's been waiting for an opportunity to shine, and this seems like, you know, against this more methodical play style that Unfaizd brings up to the table, is able to shine with a lot of his skill moves here and the players that he has. But he has a really good pass on to Ronaldo. Maybe something can be created in this moment here for Unfaizd. It's a moment of magic that happens, yeah, and it's Neymar who pulls it in. And now something, he's knocking, he's there, he's ready to come back.
All right, that's what we like to see. Unfaizd gonna make this still remain a contest. Drags one goal back. As we know, 2 goals is practically nothing in FIFA 21. So the way if he's able to get at least one again, going into the second leg with only a 1-goal deficit, then things aren't so bad. More work to come, more work to do, but nonetheless, a little bit of a sign of life. And I think that goal, not just important for the scoreline, but mentally, you never want to be in a position where you finish a full leg without scoring a single goal. So now at least you can say to yourself, okay, it's possible to break through this defense. I just have to figure out how to do it more reliably.
Reliably and consistency is definitely going to be the key to come back in this affair for Unfaizd. So Jones is playing it for Young Savage onto Nani. Nani has definitely been, I think, a highlight player in the Umzansi Esports League. Thus far, a really good pick for a lot of the players. Jones finds Bamba on the wing, but the defenders come in really tight, and Alaba is able to clear that one forward. Now he's actually creating a really good counter attack here, but Van Bissaka is there to collect the ball onto Cancelo. Cancelo to Jones, and maybe now Young Savage can open things up once again for himself with Ronaldo. Ronaldo's on it. Ronaldo's in a dangerous spot. He takes a shot, but no, it's a wall in front of him to stop it.
That came really close to being another goal, but Young Savage, unfortunately unable to do so, now has to defend against a potential run. Atal finally able to find space on the flank to get those legs stretched out. So we're now deep into the final third, hoping for a way for Unfaizd to get into the box, but the defense from Young Savage still has forced him back into the midfield. Mbappe now with the ball, trying to stretch it over to Gullit, but that gets intercepted as well. I must say, these defensive interceptions from Young Savage have just been things of beauty. He's been making sure to prevent certain goals time after time. A lot of these long balls as well from Unfaizd, which we're used to see him hit like it's just going out of fashion. Really difficult to make happen. He's finally able to get one for himself, getting very high up the pitch. But yet again, Young Savage tracking back, seemingly with additional defenders spawning out of nowhere, keeping Unfaizd out, at least for now.
Much of this kick, it's going to be the end of this first leg. And it's Young Savage to pull ahead for now, but 2 goals is definitely not big enough of a cushion in FIFA 2021. And I'm a bit worried because it looked like Young Savage there towards the end was looking a little bit deflated. I think, you know, the first 75 minutes he was coming in, firing at all cylinders, and I wonder if he's running out of oil and fuel in this moment. And we'll actually have to see in the second leg how it's going to go. And maybe, just maybe, it's actually Unfazed's vehicle that's actually starting to fire up. And I mean, this could turn on the head, man. I mean, we could be looking at maybe a 5-3 scoreline if a Young Savage isn't careful with how he plays the second leg.
Yeah, he needs to make sure that he retains the sharpness that he was showing at the beginning of the matchup itself. And I want to get your opinion on something, right? Because as I was watching that game unfold and go further and further, I was getting the same sense as you that Unfaizd is starting to warm up more. But what started to really concern me was that it felt like Young Savage had complete control of the game earlier, but it felt like he started having to resort again to very long balls, some probing passes to try and search for moments of explosiveness instead of being able to control the whole field at that point. What do you think starts to happen if it gets to the point where Unfaizd is feeling like he's more in control and able to assert the tempo of the pitch and the tempo of the play more so than he is right now?
Yeah, I mean, you're almost answering yourself with that, you know, that question, because it's like you look at how Savage was controlling the game in the first 75, and that's the result. You're gonna end up winning and pulling ahead, right? So if that's what I'm saying, that if Savage pulls into this and he, you know, doesn't fire up that motor that he had in that first 75 minutes of that first leg, it's pretty much just gonna be an Unfazed story, because Unfazed is definitely one of those players that can dictate and control the tempo of the game. Yes, maybe we'll see Savage attacking a lot more, but attacking doesn't always mean that you're controlling how the game is being played, right? Because counter attacks, you know, and you come back to like probing passes, they can be really dangerous on the opposite end when the team is defending, obviously, like Unfazed can do. So it's tough. We're gonna have to just pull in and see. I think whoever scores first is pretty much going to be the winner of this game. I think, even if it's Unfazed with the goal deficit right now, I feel like if he scores first, I feel like he wins this grand final. If Savage scores now, I think he wins this grand final.
That's another scary thing about who scores first, right? Is both of these players across the last 2 days, we've seen the ability from them to score in literally the final second of the game itself. So that must be also weighing on the players, being like, okay, if I have this lead, I better not have it be a case where we're drawn 88 minutes into the game, because then I actually have no idea if I'm going to be able to defend at 92 minutes, because I know he can score at 92. I know I can score at 92. So whoever scores first is definitely important. But what do you think? Like, what do you think is the safety cushion going into leg number 2 before a player starts to feel like, I think I've pretty much clinched myself the trophy? Or do you think that no matter what the score, there's always a concern?
Yeah, I think it's always going to be a concern because, like you say, sometimes it just pops off, and then all of a sudden there's 3 goals flying in the net in about 20 minutes of, you know, the game time. And sometimes there's nothing you can really do about that once the momentum shift. It's not in your favor here, but I think right now we're definitely going to be looking out for this first goal, because this first goal is definitely going to dictate a lot of the pace of this second leg as we get underway here with Unfazed.
So Unfaizd, he's the one that's on the ball right now, starting things off. Ideally, if he can retain possession for as long as possible, it would help. But looks like Young Savage able to read that particular passage very, very well. Also understanding that he needs to be the one that's spending more time on the ball, given that he has the goal lead. And now we do see that Unfaizd is still going to stick with the slight adjustments he's made to his team from the Friday. Okay, we run this out. Gullit has to be in every single game now. It seems like this is just part and parcel of what he's doing. And what I think is also pretty interesting, right, is the fact that between the two players, it's Young Savage who's actually made an adjustment from yesterday coming into today, or from the other day coming into today, and he still feels much more in control of what he's doing, which I think as time goes on, we might have to say that he's probably the best player at being able to just take strats from everybody around him and figure out ways to make it his own. But still a long way to go before we can really conclusively say that. As now, very long ball forward. Sadly, it does not end up seeming very successful for the boy Unfaizd, but he still earns a throw-in a very dangerous area of the pitch here, Tendo.
Very dangerous here to be giving away a throw-in when you're facing Unfaizd, who is hungry for a goal to pull himself back into this affair. But the defense is good so far. So it's now Nani on the ball for Young Savage. And this just feels like they're biting at each other at every moment that they can. The way the pace of the game is so far. And this is a tense one because, I mean, one mistake and you're pretty much shooting your mental capabilities down the drain. You know, you don't want to be the first one to break in this kind of situation. Yes, Young Savage is ahead, so he can break essentially and have a cushion to fall back on. But the problem with falling against cushions is you can really only fall one time, right? You know, you can't go through it.
Yep. And also, every now and then, people just steal your cushions and you fall on the floor. As Mbappe, what? Okay, try to cut in past the defender. Goes for an amazing shot. Sadly for him, it does get blocked off. Earns a corner kick, and the corner, even worse, ends up being kind of wasted at the end there. Goes for the cross, which is not something we see all the time here in FIFA 21. And sadly, does not yield a positive result. And Unfaizd now has to be back on the defense, where Young Savage is trying to exploit the fact that he's not fully on position. Garincha on the wing, trying to get through, or trying to pick out the pass for Bamba, but fortunately for Unfaizd, Gullit yet again showing his mettle and keeping a bit of peace in the backline for Unfaizd.
It's so tense right now, honestly. I mean, this is about 3 months worth of, you know, grind and effort to get yourself to this final. And pretty much everything is just at a coin toss sometimes with how things can go here. And it's Mbappe in a dangerous spot in the box, but doesn't really capitalize. And what's going to be painful is if it stays level until the very, very end, and it goes in the opposite favor, obviously, for Unfaizd. You know, it's fighting and pulling and tugging the entire time just to scored 1 goal in the second leg, end things off, but that doesn't look like the narrative that he wants to portray here. He wants to retain his title and be a defending champion. The wall in front of him is what he has to conquer first.
I'm really impressed with how he's been able to keep possession on this ball. The dribbles with Ronaldo were really good. He's been passing the ball quite well. Mbappe still has the ball.
Whoa!
What? Whoa! Okay, Unfaized. The ball looked like it was being dispossessed from him. It bounces for a moment, and he says to himself, you know what? You've just given me an assist. Lashes it first time into the top corner. And we are now 1-0 in the second leg, 3-2 on aggregate. Unfaized still has a way back to his trophy. The Young Savage is trying to score again. We've said it time and time across the Umzansi Esports League. The easiest way to get scored against is right after you score a goal. But Unfaizd knows this very well and manages to keep the defense and keep this game now in a much more dangerous place than it was mere moments ago.
Yeah, now it's hectic, right? Because mentally, if you look at the scoreline, despite the aggregate there, if you're playing as Young Savage, you're losing this leg right now, you know? And yes, you're winning the tie overall, but that's got to play something onto you, not being able to be that first scorer. So now the momentum is definitely in the favor of Unfaizd, and if you can pull ahead and get another one, it's definitely gonna be a hectic day as it stands. 35 minutes in, it's Nani on the ball for Young Savage, finds Ronaldo, look like it's injured on the side of Unfaizd. I wonder if that's gonna be a problem. Speaking of injuries, man, I mean, we haven't seen too many injuries in the season thus far. That's gonna be a big blow, especially how much impact Gullit has had so far, but Atal now is on it. Can he find something in the box here? Ronaldo's here, but it's just the wall that is Young Savage there to block it off.
Young Savage really, really circumspect with that final tackle. If he doesn't get that touch on the ball, there's a lot of overloading players inside the box. Now he has a chance himself to potentially drag a goal back. And like you said, because Gullit is injured, it means that his effectiveness might not be necessarily at the same rate. Maybe it's just a shoulder injury. It doesn't affect him that much, but we shall see as the leg pans out. Right now, Nani in the box for Young Savage. He's provided a lot of value for the man. This time around, though, sadly, does get dispossessed. And Young Savage, he might have a chance. Ronaldo, Mbappe, and Atal have a decent amount of space to run into here. Whether or not they'll be able to fully utilize it remains to be seen. Sliding tackle from Young Savage will buy more space for the ball to come back to De Jong. Atal now on the wing, trying to find a way through. Slowly but surely, the line is advancing here, Tendo. And slowly but surely, the pressure is increasing. Oh, but offside? Seriously? That's how it all ends? Okay.
Off comes to a close. This is pretty much shaping up to be an intense second half. I mean, this is probably going to be the most intense second half of the entire Umzansi Esports League here, hosted by Nodwin Gaming. I mean, I'm ready to see what Young Savage can pull out, because he's still definitely in the lead and he still has a little bit of momentum to work with, but he definitely needs to put something on the board here if he wants to solidify himself as the Season 3 champion.
Second half will kick off right now. Now he needs to search for that goal, and he needs it soon. We also might have the first actual added time in the Umzansi Esports League happening here in these grand finals. Well, let's see what happens. For now, still a lot of game time to go. Young Savage needs to keep this goal from happening, needs to get his own one in, and he might have the chance here as he picks up an errant ball with Kevin De Bruyne in the middle of the field. Now inside the box, Garincha, can he get it through to Bamba? Indeed he can, but still not being able to get finally passed through to De Jong. And Frankie, having been dropped back, seemed to be the good call. And this might be the counter-attack. Neymar regrettably could not release the ball fast enough, so his opportunity to run forward will not come, and the ball does get immediately recycled back into the willing feet of Young Savage right now.
The box he is, but doesn't really capitalize. His defense there is strong to get that rebound and put it back into play here for De Jong, but he does lose it now to Nani. Nani can be dangerous, finds a very dangerous pass here onto the wing. A very much searching pass here from him. Finds Ronaldo. Ronaldo's looking for options, but options aren't really available as the defense is good here. Gullit now can play the ball back, and it's this 57th minute in this tie. Time is starting to run out for Unfaizd, and he can sense that with this attack as he tries to pull in with Mbappe. Mbappe's in here, passes it to Gullit. Gullit maybe in a zone for a shot, gets past the defense, but not quite, as Wan-Bissaka's there to recover the ball.
Yo, Young Savage and Wan-Bissaka, name a more iconic duo. My gosh, every time that defender is called up upon, does working miracles for the man, doing pretty much the same kind of job that Gullit is doing for Unfaizd on the other side. And now, what a run. Davies gets the ball to Ronaldo, but unfortunately for him, Unfaizd gets there first, and he sends it wide for a corner. We still do not have the guaranteed goal. And have another corner kick here. And also yet another energy. What?
It's a penalty here in the grand finals of the Nodwin Gaming Umzansi Esports League. Oh, it's saved! What? It's saved! There's still hope here for Unfaizd. Oh my goodness, the scenes here, you can't predict them. And now he has to recycle the ball and try to get himself out of here. Oh my goodness, if he scores here, it's going to be one of the most iconic moments I'll ever see. He's on the attack here. He passes to Mbappe. Mbappe finds Ronaldo. Ronaldo onto Atal. Maybe there's something here for Neymar to work with, but the defense for Young Savage is there. He's holding it tight. This right here is the grand finals. Things are starting to heat up.
Finger on the trophy right now, but Unfaizd is trying to wrest his hand off of it, sending as many players forward as possible, but he knows how dangerous Young Savage can be on the counter-attack. Does not want to get reckless with this one. Gets a ball to Ronaldo, who holds it up, tries to get past the defense, but who is it but Wan-Bissaka yet again on duty, keeping the score at 1-0 for now. My goodness, the fact that Young Savage was not able to get that penalty definitely is weighing on his mind right now. There's no way he's happy about where this game is. He was 1 second away from pretty much wrapping it all up here, Tendo. But now he still has to fight for it and still has to make sure that he maintains this one goal lead, or at the very least make sure that he gets one back to make it a draw. As he's trying right now, Nani in the box, gets it back to Jones, but now it's Unfaizd who's just overloading the box with defenders, trying to make sure that he keeps this clean sheet for himself. Nani looking for Ronaldo, won't be able to find him. Did get dispossessed, but did get it back again almost soon afterwards, but sadly, doesn't stay that way. And Unfaizd gonna try yet again to bring us back into level pegging.
The tension here is so much, man. There's so much on the line here for these players here. Oh, that pass comes in perfectly for Mbappe. Mbappe finds Gullit. Is there hope here for Unfaizd? He needs to find it now. This is the only spot he has here. Tries to find the pass, but it's him again. Oh, Wan-Bissaka. Definitely man of the match for me, honestly. I mean, without Wan-Bissaka in this situation here, I think Snare, there's so many goals that would have been let in, but he's just there time and time again, like a warrior coming back from battle, ready to fight for his country. Wan-Bissaka is holding it tight. 10 minutes left in this affair. And Young Savage is on the attack here. He plays it to Jones. It's a good position for him here to make something happen. He finds a pass, but no. It goes haywire.
What a time to be alive. You find yourself in the perfect attacking position, but sadly do not have the perfect attacking player at that point in time. And now, with 8 minutes of normal time left in the grand finals, can Unfaizd find a way to still potentially get himself into the second time on the scoreboard and the second time as a champion, as a towel, trying to get in. But three things in life are certain, Tendo. Death, taxes, and Wan-Bissaka's defending. My God, been incredible in this game.
Incredible is the only way to describe what we're witnessing. Yeah, this is definitely two of the best players in the Umzansi Esports League. This affair has been tight, and tight it will be till the very end. Yeah, 86 minutes. Everything is crumbling now for Unfaizd. He needs to find something. He needs to find a magical pass here with the keeper, perhaps. What can he really do here? This is the dying embers of everything he's been working for the entire season. Yeah, he's with Ronaldo, with Mbappe. Can he find a pass here that's going to change it? Oh, but no, it goes haywire. It's wayward.
Oh,
and the game management is going to come in from Young Savage. He can smell it now. It's the victory here for him as he holds onto the ball. He's going to get crowned here as the Umzansi Esports League champion. Oh no, as things crumble here.
Oh, what a way for this to end. Young Savage actually did it. He kept the composure. He let through one goal, did not let through another. It came so close, so many times. He missed a penalty, but he didn't break. He didn't crack. He stayed level, and ultimately, he is the first new person to find themselves as the Season 3 champion. How did he do it? Honestly, some of these goals that he scored, especially in the first leg, somewhat unbelievable. I really felt Unfaizd could do it. Unfaizd was so close, but sadly, we do not have a back-to-back champion. We don't have a double champion. Masoom is gone, Unfaizd is gone, and Young Savage, he did it. The young man did it. And Dr. Sid, yeah. Do your dance, Dr. Sid. Dance for Young Savage. That's what he needs.
The bottles pop, 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 pop.
Listen,
The prediction,
I just have to
the
say,
prediction, and we got it right.
I knew it. I'm just saying, I knew it. If I was a betting man, and I'm not saying that I am, I would be a good predictor. What's that octopus that they went for the World Cup? They should come to me. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations. The Umzansi Esports League Season 3 FIFA 21 champion is none other than Young Savage. Ladies and gentlemen, he did an amazing job. His journey to this final position is riddled with stories and highlights. In the least position to be in the finals, he qualified in 4th place and has made it to the top spot. Number 1, numero uno, Young Savage. I just want to give a big shout out to my boy Tendo, who stuck with me throughout this particular situation in the prediction, and Snare. I was gonna go.
This is what I get.
Tendo, what do you have to say about this final?
Yeah, I mean, you gotta love the journey. You gotta love the storyline that was told throughout this entire Umzansi Esports League. Yeah, I think definitely Young Savage was the best competitor. You know, he had to take down somebody that we thought was gonna come in and absolutely stomp it. You know, the beast Bianchi. He goes down to Young Savage, and I mean that was all that he had to prove in that moment. Unfaizd, just another stepping stone to the top there. And honestly, man, you can't take anything away from Unfaizd. I mean, he played some beautiful football today. I mean, he was clinical. His defense was actually very, very good. But I just think it's Young Savage that comes up on top. And look at that, $1,200. That's well over 17,000 rand that he's walking away with today. That's absolutely amazing.
Young got some money in the bank.
Damn.
Some money in the bank. Yo, and I just want to say at this point in time, big shout out to Unfaizd for putting up a great fight and making that final as competitive and exciting as it was. Also, at this point, we need to say big shout out to all our top 4 finalists, Basum and the Beast Bianchi, and also to all the other players who competed in the Umzansi Esports League Season 3. But as they say in Highlander, there can be only one. And that one winner today is Young Savage! I'm sorry, I'm so excited because right from the first game I watched him play, I just had in my head that this guy was going to make it all the way. And Snare, any last words before we go?
I want to just underscore exactly how impressive it is that what Young Savage did here today. He beat Unfaizd, Season 1 champion, right? Who, at the end of Season 1, was really far ahead in terms of the FIFA he was playing versus everybody else. He beat the Beast Bianchi, who was, without a doubt, the best player that we saw in the regular season of the third portion of the Umzansi Esports League. And when it came to how he performed in these last 2 days, he didn't just beat these two guys, right? One of them who also beat Masum, a prior champion in his own right. He beat them in a way that there was no luck involved. There was no, this was just an off day. You could have replayed these matches 100 times, and given what we saw in terms of how they played, you'd have gotten the same results, more like 99 times out of 100. And given that this was the guy, like you mentioned, he came in 4th seed. Until the very last day, it wasn't actually certain, right, that this guy would make it into the playoffs. And remember how he got into the playoffs? The other player that he beat? Masum. That's how he got into the playoffs. He couldn't beat Julio in the main season. He couldn't beat Unfaizd in the main season, but he could take out Masum. Those 3 guys who were there, he takes them all out, gets himself into the championship position, and can undisputedly say that right now, he's the best FIFA 21 African player. I mean, what a story. What a legend. What a guy. Young Savage. I feel like at this point, it's fair for him to just drop the young. He's just a straight Savage right now.
Savage. That is the story. Dando, any last words from you before we go?
Yeah, I mean, coming into the Umzansi Esports League, my first time casting FIFA, and honestly, I've just been taken away by the storylines that were created throughout, the entire tournament. So big shout out to obviously Nodwin Gaming, for putting us on this podcast, because I think we've had an amazing time at the 3 of us these couple of weekends that we spent here, and I'm sure the players can also say the same thing. And yeah, man, it's been absolutely amazing to see the growth that Young Savage had. Starting from the beginning of the season where he was looking very shaky till the mid-season where it looked like he was fixing his mistakes, and then right at the end where he knew he had to just sink it in and get into these playoffs, and now look, walking away as a grand champion.
As a grand champion indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, we did tell you that this was championship weekend. This is finals day, and we have crowned our first champion in the Umzansi Esports League Season 3. That, of course, as you saw, was Young Savage in the FIFA 21 tournament. He goes home with $1,200 out of the $2,500 prize pool. Now, the other half of our prize pool, or the other portion of our prize pool, is in the PUBG Mobile segment, which will be coming back to you after the break. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back with more finals day action at the Umzansi Esports League Season 3. Thank you, guys, and I'll see you soon. gentlemen, welcome to the greatest show on earth. It is the Umzansi Esports League, Season 3, brought to you by Nordwind Gaming. My name is Dr. Sid. I'm here, super excited, fired up. Why aren't you? Because it's the PUBG Mobile Finals! And I'm not alone. I am here with Esmery and Pachi, and we are going to be looking at the last opportunity for anybody to be part of the prize pool, which I'm about to show you right now.
I am almost convinced. I think Dr. Sid has just about convinced me that this is the greatest show on earth. Thanks for that, Dr. Sid. Of course, moving into that prize pool, absolutely nuts. 17,500 US dollars, 15,000 of which is going to be going to the PUBG Mobile, and that is going to be won by the end of today. So by the end of today, somebody is going to be on this page right here, taking first place and $3,680 there. Second place, $1,530, and third place, $920, and then of course fourth place, $765. Somebody is going to be in each one of these slots by the end of today. We've got 4 matches, same layout as the finals have been all weekend long. We're going to be jumping into those games very, very shortly. Of course, here it is, the schedule that you are familiar with by now if you've been keeping up with the finals weekend. Erangel being game number 1, of course, followed by Sanhok in that CQB absolute chaos mishmash kind of game right there, on to Miramar just after that for the long-range tactical engagements, and then right back into Erangel to finish things off in true bread and butter style to see who is going to be crowned the champions of the season and, well, take that hefty prize pool along home with them. Of course, having a look at that leaderboard is going to remind you exactly who is vying for this. And we're actually chatting a little bit about this behind the scenes, but Slime4KT sitting right at the top with a hefty, almost 20-point lead, 131 points in position number 1. Of course, now going down into position number 2, it's Gamers Unite Nations, who have also been putting on a phenomenal performance so far, 112 points for them. In third place, Influence Rage Africa with 102 points. And then, of course, Undisputed AE, who've been having a pretty decent performance over the week and definitely some potential to come out from then. Euphoric Gods in 5th position with 74. NFxUNIQUE in 6th with 64. G3 very close behind with 63 points in 7th place. And of course, Zero Tolerance Skills with 54 points in 8th position. So there definitely is a little bit of potential for some switcheroos up there towards 3rd and 4th position for sure. And of course, heading on to that second page, it's Ultra 6 in position number 9 with 54 points. BBC with 51 in 10th position. In 11th, we've got Aphelion Apex with 45 points. Sincerity Esports taking 12th with 44. Lag Esports with 33 in 13th position. Pain Africa with 26 in 14. Young.CAT with 11 in 15. Of course, the Immortalz with 0 in 16. So like I said, there is a little bit of potential, but I'm of the opinion that we're mostly going to see the big switches towards the top, the 3rd and 4th position. I think that Gun and 4KT have been having absolutely stellar performances, but the only way that they're going to be able to switch up those placements is by getting the points, and this is how you do it. First place, of course, that being the chicken dinner, giving you 15 points. Second place, of course, awarding you 12. Third place will give you 10. 4th gives you 8, and 5th gives you 6. 6th place gives you 4 points. 7 gives you 2. 8th position through 12th position gives you 1 point. 13 through 16 awards you no points. And of course, it is 1 kill, 1 point, which has been absolutely fire for the teams that know how to pick those kills up with some amount of consistently. And speaking of kills, of course, here are your kill leaders so far in this weekend's finals. It's 23 kills being pulled out by none other than Pounds from Gamers Unite Nations. 23 kills, 3,616 points of damage done. Of course, 4KT also sporting some of their own. Andrew taking 20 kills, 2,265 damage. Aimer also from 4KT with 18 kills, 3,755 points of damage. And of course, Plaza also from Gun with 18 kills and 2,775 points of damage. So we are just hitting some serious numbers. And that is why I think that 4KT and Gun are just absolutely solidified in their position towards the top of that log.
I'm worried, to be honest, because when I think about it today, some people are going to be thinking that they have an opportunity to push, and that's the excitement that we're looking for today. We want some of those things, some of those teams who feel like they have an opportunity to just go ham and try to grab those points. Now, I asked you this question the last time, Esme, and I want to ask you again: do you think Slime 4KT should just play for position, secure those positional points, and not go for the kills?
So at the moment, we've got about a 20-point difference between first and second place. Gun, as we know, is a team that has been known to pick up, 17, 18 kills in one game, and then potentially go for the chicken dinner on top of that. But 4KT did struggle a lot yesterday in their second and third matches. I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was the change-up between Sanhok and Miramar, but they just weren't looking good. But their angles were absolutely god tier. They were getting so many points in terms of kills, so many points in terms of placement. So yeah, they could play it safe. I mean, if they do manage to get a winner chicken dinner in every single map, then they'll probably be setting themselves up for. But I think Gun is a very scary opponent. So I can't put it past that Gun would also be going for that winner chicken dinner on top of getting the kills they need to catch up. They're going to be gunning for it. They have to.
Yeah, because yesterday Gun did put up a lot of points, kill points, yesterday, and that has pretty much just set the tone for the finals today. So, Pachi, I'm going to ask the question: if you were Slime 4KT in pole position, what would your strategy be today?
There is absolutely no doubt in my mind that my strategy would be to go full guns blazing right into the mix of things. There's no ways I'd snake it out. There's no ways I'd be creeping around trying to preserve those placement points. Not a chance. I would go in with everything I have, firepower 110%. I would be destroying every team that I see. Go out guns blazing, because that is how you win a finals. Because nothing else would be satisfying to me. Right? If I snake it to the victory, sure, I secure the dub, but do I have the dub in my heart? That is the real question. Only if I go in guns blazing, Dr. Sid. That's the only way that I get the dub in my heart.
So, I mean, I hear you, and in a few seconds, we'll be finding out exactly how Slime 4KT are going to go about it and exactly how they play this one, because right now it is in their hands to lose. They have the exact same opportunities as everyone else. It is totally in their hands to lose this game. So, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to be backing out now and leaving you in the very capable hands of Esmery and Patchy as they walk you through the action. That is the first game of the final games of the Umzansi Esports League Season 3 PUBG Mobile Tournament. See you later, guys.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sid, hyping us up. It is game number 1 of the finals for this finals weekend. To close things out, to secure the final victory, it's going to be Erangel to start us off. Our tried and true, our much beloved. We're going to see where the teams decide to drop down, of course, with some decent access to the map. It's going to be some normal drops, I think. No military island drops, so that's a bit sad for me. But of course, we'll be seeing all the teams getting into their comfy positions, ready to make this happen. And truly, I have to reiterate, I gotta say this again, I hope that we see 110% from these teams, because I think it's going to be really dissatisfying if we see teams either giving up if they're, towards the bottom of the log, or if we see them try and, secure their position and not really fight to really raise their position on the leaderboard. Because I think that, and I say this basically every time look at that zone. I will
there it
before
is.
we go and talk about that one. But I have to say this every single time we get into a finals, like, the teams that are at the bottom of the leaderboard actually sometimes forget how much power they have. Because if they decide, you know what, screw it, we're not going to win this thing, but we are going to go out fighting, they can throw such a huge spanner in the works. I mean, if they just throw themselves at the top leaders of the of the leaderboard, if they throw themselves at the next team, they could potentially do damage that changes the landscape of the entire game. It's nuts. So seriously, I hope that nobody in this lobby right now gives up at all. Just go in 110% for all the games to give us the best spectacle possible. Now, of course, we have to talk about that zone as proxy. What is this?
Look, we said it, right? We had an entire weekend where we just kept getting these lenient zones. We just kept getting, middle of the map zones that were just so nice to every single team on this map. Now it's the championship day. It's Champions Day, final day of season 3, and look at what the zone's doing. It's giving everyone some extra bit of momentum, some extra pressure to get those rotations in, and I like it. I'm happy. This is what I wanted to see. I mean, the fact that it's happening on the final day just goes to show that that zone is relentless. It was planning this all along, Patchy. I'm telling you, it was planning this all along.
It's a conspiracy. It's a conspiracy, I tell you. We were duped. We were beamed. The teams have been lulled into a false sense of security with those easy peasy zones yesterday, and now they've got to really play at their utmost best, because nothing less is gonna be enough at this point. They're gonna have to seriously check themselves, because with that zone being all the way down in the south, there is of course good potential for both a southern finish and a northern mainland finish. And when that happens, we usually see some contesting of that bridge, and you can see the center of the zone is centered very much around that western bridge, top western bridge location next to Ferry Pier. So I presume that we're gonna see at least a couple of teams prioritize that area somewhat, because we already know how important it is to be sort of central in the zone. Now, couple that with the fact that now you're also controlling the bridge into the island through control of that central zone. It's going to be a huge contest spot, I hope, at least, because then if that happens, we're going to see some crazy fights for sure.
Absolutely, and I mean, it's a great opportunity for a lot of teams just to pick up those kills, and if they can pick up those kills, they're racking up those points. And as you mentioned, the teams that might not be right now in the top 8 of the leaderboard, they have a lot of power. If they're one of those teams that takes control of that, they take that control away from our leaders, who, well, what are they going to do now? Now they have to fight through you, or maybe you might be the ones to take them out of the count. So this is going to be interesting. I do hope that every single team that is on this map right now is gearing for those winner chicken dinners. Whether you're playing just for the bragging rights, saying that you took it away from them, whether you want to show us what you really have today, what they've been potentially holding back, which I hope you haven't. It's been finals weekend. The best place to show what you've got is here. But hopefully we'll be seeing everything just laid out on the maps today. And I mean, they've got 2 chances at Erangel, right? So they can think of this as a warm-up, yes. But I do want to see everyone just going absolutely pedal to the metal, go for it 100%, because that's where the action lies. And at this point in time, for a lot of teams, they're like, okay, well, I'm in that position now. Let's see how far we can push. Let's see how far we can really take this, because that's what we love. And I'm happy that the zone is giving them that extra bit of pressure. As the zone is coming through, we can see already a few rotations starting off. It does seem like we've got quite a bit of a cluster there just on the edge, just across the bridges. Everyone just trying to get over them as soon as possible so that they are not the team being caught out. A little bit of split there for what looks like Undisputed AE, BBC, of course, all the way at Multi Power, because they're going to be in the zone. They're going to do this to me again, but they're going to be in the zone, most likely taking that slow rotation. Sincerity actually a little bit split up. They've got a 2-2 split with Sneak and Rogue actually there towards Zaki, and I mean the Muffin and the rest closer towards Ruin. So that's going to be a bit of an interesting one. Hopefully they won't be finding themselves in a little bit of trouble, but that might be a questionable split. I don't know what happened there though. What do you think is the mentality there?
Yeah, that could have been a mistake, or they could be trying to play this one a little bit more like fluid, I guess you could say. One of the things that I've actually been thinking about over the last season or so is actually watching the teams with their 2-2 splits and seeing what it is that they do with that, because I think there's a really good spot for a 2-2 split strategy. I think there's a really good niche for it, but it hasn't been utilized fully to its full potential, I think, in a lot of the scenarios. I think what you can do with it is actually play really light on the feet. Don't take engagements necessarily. See if you can get any, pot shots, try maybe take skirmishes, but don't commit fully to the fight rather be really light on the feet, get into vehicles, rotate away, retreat from the fight, do damage, but don't stick around. And really just cover a majority of the map. Keep yourself fluid, as I said, and it gives you a bit of a better chance to react to positioning from other teams as well as the zone. It's a difficult strat, I think, to actually, flesh out and fully utilize, but I definitely think it has potential. Otherwise, yeah, maybe it's just a mistake and they weren't really intending to even try to split. We'll see. We'll see how it plays out for them. But for the meantime, we're having a look and seeing whether the teams are actually keen to fight. You see, I don't like the mentality of this being a warm-up round. I want to see them go in and say, well, this is 1 out of 2 Erangels. That's 1 out of 2 potentials for kills. Erangels are bread and butter. It's a staple map. We know what's going on here. These teams are more than familiar with not only how one another play on the map, but how the map is in itself. So surely this is a potential for something to happen, a potential to pull the kills out. And already we see a couple of shots going in towards Sneaks. That's up towards the northwest there, towards North George. A little bit of a problem there as the blue zone is starting to move in as well. We know how Isproxy doesn't like those blue zone fights. Well, here it is. Here's one of them. The blue zone fights happening up between Sincerity and Zero Tolerance. 4KT actually ready to join the mix if it does end up happening. Because if those two teams decide to rotate away instead of taking the fight, then they're going to run straight into 4KT. If they decide to actually go for the fight and take the win, then the winners in that fight are going to be running into 4KT. So it's going to be a little bit of an interesting one nonetheless.
I did see Sneaks was already knocked there, so Sincerity are going to be a member down going to the rest of this map. So that's not what you want to see. And that's why I always say, taking that gamble for that zone, taking those, late rotations, hoping that you'll be avoiding people, more oftentimes than not, unfortunately, will be biting you. And there we go. Play zone going to be taking Sneak out for the count. And I mean, looking at it now, still obviously very early on in the loot phase. Everyone is still setting themselves up and getting ready for the rest of the map as Zone 1 comes to a close. I think a lot of these teams, they might have been a little spoiled this weekend with the zones that we've been having. We've had such relaxed zones, and now all of a sudden the play zone has reared its ugly head and it said, remember, I can do this. I can completely do this when I feel like it.
Yeah.
So I really do want to see those rotations getting a little bit more polished. I think we had a few teams yesterday that were really, really good at making sure that they had those early rotations. It looks like Undisputed. Actually, was that Inspector? If it's Inspector, it was Undisputed. Taking a couple of pot shots there towards Aphelion Epic. So a few fights might be breaking out as those rotations come through. Rogue still just desperately trying to reunite with the rest of the team as a couple of shots are starting out. And yes, it is Undisputed AE coming through for the battle. And it will look like Aphelion Epics is going to be under the target here. I mean, with one member already down, those nades popping all around, it's a little bit of stress here because Zero and Cold are both isolated. So I'm liking the way that they're playing this. I'm liking the way that they're prioritizing getting the maximum number of players down. They're not giving Aphelion Apex any time to work with here, but Inspector is not going to be happy with that one. It's beautifully coming through from Zero to try and put some damage and put some pressure on. Oh, it's a back here.
It certainly is, and Rusty's getting cleaned up, just putting the shots in there, getting those thirsts and making sure that Undisputed AE are feeling the pain. Now it's Potato running for his life, trying to gun for whatever he can find, but there's no cover, there's no way to escape. It is just a fight, and a bullet to the face is going to end things off. Goodbye. Aphelion Apex will pick up the win against Undisputed AE. And in the kill feed, we still have a couple of battles happening all over the show. Up here towards the north, you can see we've got some skirmishes happening as the teams start to rotate on in a nice concentration towards the middle of the zone. Still some potential for that zone to go down towards the island, but no one has decided to be brave or daring just yet. They're just concentrated on the mainland, ready to fight one another. And indeed, that is exactly what we have. Gun right up here in the mix, the heavy hitters of our squad at the moment, right towards the top of that log, second only to 4KT. These two teams, should I say, have been absolutely knocking it out of the park. You definitely don't want to mess with those guys. Right here on your screen, of course, you can see what remains of Sincerity here next to Young Thundercats and, of course, the Euphoric Gods. We'll see what happens to this positioning. I can see a little bit of shots going in the direction of Gun. Nothing too crazy just yet. No one wants to commit for the fight, and that is understandable. Influence Rage taking quite a bit of damage there as Sully gets hit by that just absolutely destructive Mini 14.
Yeah, this is where it's starting to break out. As those rotations come through, a lot of teams are going to be finding themselves in the open, trying to just find some sort of cover. They will be running into teams who are already set up and have made those early rotations, and this is where the pressure comes through. So already, I mean, Influence Rage taking quite a bit of a knock, which is unfortunate because they're currently sitting in third place. You know, if there's any team that is as close as possible currently to our top two, which is Gun and 4KT, it would have been them. So now with one member down, with potentially a little bit more pressure coming their way, it really starts to to hurry up, you know, those gears, because now you have to be so much more concerned with that second zone coming through. Looks like NFxUNIQUE will be happy to take away that kill. Influence Rage just trying to take that rotation out of there, not commit to this as they are a member down, and hopefully just stay for the long game. While the first team already out for the count. Ooh, things are going really, really quickly.
Yeah, they are finally starting to speed up. We're going to be seeing the battles that we have been waiting for some time. You can see that zone has shifted all the way towards the northern portion of that western bridge. Coastline, of course, all around being the area of contention at the moment. Sincerity hold up here in their compound, waiting to see if Young Thundercats are going to push. No, it's going to be Sincerity pushing, actually. They're keen for the fight. They're keen for the kills. Are they going to be able to pick them up? Young Thundercats putting up a fight, but not able to land the shots they need to land. And down Sincerity, like a hawk swooping from the sky, they will pick those kills straight up. Some easy points collected there by Muffin and Respect, with Rogue on the backside to make sure that everything is on lock. And indeed, they will find that win there. Now moving forward, you can see we've got Zero Tolerance pushing in from the western side. There's going to be a little bit of resistance as they find their way in towards the zone. Aphelion gun right there to meet them. Rogue now trying to put those long-range shots in, but isn't going to find anything. Sincerity now having to look at that rotation, as of course the zone has started to move on in. We're moving in from number 3 to number 4, which does mean the damage is going to start ramping up. And I certainly hope the fights start ramping up as well, because we still have 14 teams. That's too many teams, as Proxy. 49 players is too many. It's too many. I want to see those kills.
Remember, we still had about 13 teams left towards, I think, the 5th and the 6th zone on our first Erangel yesterday, so it got really, really crazy. And once again, everyone is so careful of their surroundings. They're so worried about taking those fights and getting third-partied. As you can see, everyone is taking a pick at any sort of fight breaking out there. We had Gun, we had Sincerity, we had a few teams just mixing in there. There's Ultra 6 and Zero Tolerance taking another. 4KT actually finding Euphoric Gods. That's looking really, really good for them, but there's at least a little bit of a clapback as Sunny does find Andrew. Hopefully they can recover from that, but so far 4KT are looking, ooh, they're looking deadly. They're really throwing in those shots into Euphoric Gods. And mind you, they're not in the zone when this fight is happening. They still have to make the rotation. Whichever team wins this out might be beaten, might be bruised, but they still have to rotate, and they might be rotating straight into Gun as they do that. So both teams there need to be very, very careful. Gun also finding Zero Tolerance here, so this is starting to look very interesting. We still have 14 teams left, but the players are slowly but surely dropping as third zone does run around. Lag also getting a little bit of action, which is great to see so far. I mean, it's pretty active, I would say. I feel like everyone is putting in a good bit of pressure.
Yeah, 4KT's been on the move here, just skirting the outer edges of the playable area. They've got 50 seconds before they have to reposition once again. But not only are they playing with fire, they're looking for kills, and they found quite a few of them. But they're looking for more. They're looking for more. Only 2 is not enough. They want Gun. And to take out Gun would be huge, because if 4KT wins that fight, they basically stomp out Gun's chances of putting any points on the board for this match, which would be huge overall if Gun are looking take the overall win today. In the meantime, G3 taking a little bit of a fight with the Euphoric Gods will be winning at the moment. The Euphoric Gods just taking too much damage there. 6 looking for some of those long-range shots with the car. Not going to find anything at the moment, but they are on the offensive, checking out all those teams in the surrounding area. I'm keen to see who's going to be winning the fight between 4KT and Gun, considering G3 is here in the mix as well, ready to put a couple of those long-range shots across and maybe thwart some of that potential. 4KT on the rotate once again as the blue has started to move in. 4KT not making good on any pushes just yet, just staying right on the edge of that playable area, which is very interesting. It's completely antithetical to what we usually see. The teams in the center of the zone, usually where you want to be, but 4KT, quite happy to just skirt the outside rim.
I think it might be a little bit more tactical, but they're going to be running into Temper, and I don't think 4KT are very happy with their choices right at this moment, as Sincerity also get involved in this fight, and now all of a sudden 4KT, they're taking shots from every single angle. They're literally sandwiched between Sincerity and Temper in the middle of nowhere with only a little bit of cover, a little bit of a ridge, maybe a tree here and there to work with as they try and stay alive. Down to 2 members now, but Sincerity have turned their attention towards BBC, so potentially they can maybe get themselves out of it. Ooh! Those shots running through. As I was going to say, I believe 4KT were trying to take this a little bit safer, right? They obviously had a little bit of troubles yesterday. Nice few shots going through their long range into BBC, but they had a bit of problems yesterday, and they're trying to just polish that off, try to stay safe because they want to make sure that they get as many points as possible. Maybe they are going for what Dr. Sid said and are running for those placement points, not necessarily running to get into fights as soon as they can, because of course they want to stay in pole position. I don't blame them, but I would like to see them having a little bit more action. But now with only 2 members remaining, maybe they might have to take a step back. Looks like young Thundercats are taking a little bit of damage as well, and the nades are just popping every single way you look at it. Wow, that looks painful.
Artillery strikes from these nades just being tossed all over the show. The smokes will get popped as well. Hainsley down for the count 6. Also needing a res here as Gun pulled up in this warehouse, not wanting to push out for fear of getting taken down by G3. 6, of course, picking Hainsley up. Sleepy going down and Lynx as well. G3 still knocking on Gun's door, but no one is keen to push in just yet. If G3 pushes past the threshold, they're going to be walking straight into Gun's crosshair. Same is true the other way around. You're going to go down to short boy. Slim is G3. Try their luck to push into the warehouse. Up comes Flecko, but he's not going to make it happen. Goes down immediately. Doesn't get the shots he's looking for. Nerf goes down next. Scun try desperately to defend their position. Pounds goes down. Might be a little bit of a problem, and it is. G3 wins the fight, and Gun gets knocked out way too early, losing out so much points.
That's insane. That's your second pole position right now. Out for the count as the 10th team to drop on your first map of the day. I'm gonna lose my voice at the end of the day. I can feel it, Patchy. We're gonna need some honey and lemon tomorrow morning. It's gonna happen. But my goodness gracious, looking at that now, Lag taking the rotation in, G3 Temper, they have literally just put the nail in the coffin. Not only is 4KT your first member on the leaderboard right now, down to 2 members, but Gun, 2nd place currently, out in 10th place. That is insane, and BBC now turning the favor towards Sincerity as a couple of shots are being exchanged. 4KT just trying to sneak in there, hopefully not make any noise and not draw attention to themselves as they find themselves quite close to the center of that zone. Aphelion Apex still wanting to get into the action, and Pain Africa still involved alongside NFxUNIQUE. So we're having quite an interesting combination of teams here. 4KT still in this, still trying to rack up those placement points and stay in for as long as possible. Potentially this might work, potentially not. We'll have to wait and see as those shots do start going around. My goodness gracious, the damage. 4KT actually still staying active. I'm happy to see that. But it's a little bit dangerous as a two-man squad. You're drawing a lot of attention to yourself.
4KT are absolutely looking for those kills regardless. They don't even care. Their nemesis, their arch rivals have been knocked out already courtesy of G3, and now they're just in the middle. They're like, yeah, let's go. We beat G3 already. We beat Gun already. Thanks G3. We're just going to pick up those points for free. Let's go for the kills. They're just keen. They just want to get into this. That's how I feel right now. CX God trying to put those shots across through the smoke. Nice tapping through there to check if he could spot anyone out. Any cheeky kills in that direction. Ro gonna go down. Kage also gonna go down. Zero getting hit by Hanut, and Cole falling into fantasy. Bearding trying to put the shots in. 4KT still on the offensive. These guys absolutely no fear. Maybe they should be a little bit scared because right now they have but a tree. The Molotov comes up and sets them on fire, flushing them out. Man, oh man, it's just spicy stuff all day long. But actually, sneaks in a quick res. This might just be enough. Just barely, with a couple of bits of health remaining. Pronto could res Aimer and bring the two-man squad for 4KT back. They're still in this. They're still ready to fight. The res comes through, and these guys are somehow still in the game. I don't even know how that's
Nah,
possible.
that's ridiculous. Lag should have pressed on that. They got the knock. Why? They threw the molly. You should have just been holding that angle. I don't know why they're falling back, but maybe it's Aphelion Apex giving that extra bit of pressure. They can't really focus on 4KT, which is exactly what they needed to just get that sneaky res in. And now they're getting some payback. That nade going straight to Zero's face is going to mean that all of a sudden Aphelion Apex are under a lot of pressure, and Aimer is going to be very happy to get some revenge at this moment in time, as BBC do the exact same thing to Sincerity. We're down to 7 teams at this moment in time, and that zone is getting spicy. It's getting so tight at this moment in time. You can see so many teams shoulder to shoulder right now as they are getting ready for what this last zone could be looking like. Oh, this is insane. On the ridge, even. I mean, you're going to be prone for the rest of the zone, basically, because as soon as you stand up, everyone's going to know where you're at.
Oh yeah, and I still don't understand how 4KT is still alive. They've got like 2 teams behind them, like 3 in front of them. BBC moving in from the southeast, getting pushed from behind as well. That's a bit of a problem. Nade's getting prepped, but for luck, taking quite a bit of damage with that nade in hand, just cooking it for as long as possible. Law popping the smokes, throwing the nades as BBC struggle to stay alive. Lord does get hit by the beast, so Law has to come in to the rescue. Get those reses in ASAP. You can see very low on HP all across the board. Pain Africa right across the threshold of that smoke, right in front of them as the zone starts to creep on in and make things tough. The beast goes down, an instant capitalization by Law. Some cheeky shots going through, and that is just going to clap them straight back to the lobby. We have 6 teams remaining at the moment as that zone is forcing the teams closer. Everyone skirting the edges. 4KT somehow still alive in the south. I'm not sure how long that's going to last. They are putting up one heck of a fight over there towards the west. Also, 2 teams going head to head. Question is, who's going to come out on top? 4KT still just doing so much damage. These guys are still here, making sure that their presence is known. They don't care how many players they've got. 4, 3, 2, it doesn't matter. They're still here, and the pressure is real. One and Fantasy don't want to push up. They're not confident enough. And Aimer, he's gonna take that one. He's like, yeah, it's fine. I'm just gonna be cheeky. I'm just gonna play along the edge here and see what you're up to. Of course, in the rest of the map, the skirmish is still happening. The shots from BBC still flying across. Fantasy not too keen to push up further than he has to. He's just going to be dancing with that blue zone right on the edge. Man, oh man, it's only a couple of moments before this just breaks out into chaos. Up they come. They have to push in straight into 4KT, who is quite happy to just collect those kills right up against the blue zone. Gatekeeping at its finest. 4KT somehow still in it and making it into top 4.
As a duo. I feel like we're not putting enough pressure on the fact that they're doing all of this as a duo. They've managed to get themselves into top 4. They're currently in pole position, and right now they're just racking up the points. BBC, NFxUNIQUE, G3 Temper still involved in this one. Any of these teams at this moment in time in a pretty good position to take it away from the rest. Looking at it now, I mean, G3 Temper, they should be absolutely running on a high in the fact that they've taken out Gun for good. And if unique, they still got all their members alive in this one. Same could be said for G3 Temper at this moment in time. Your 2 completely full teams, they might be in this. But oh, look at the damage coming through. And Pronto actually getting involved with NFxUNIQUE. While NF are trying to lay some law down onto Temper. It doesn't look too good for Temper because they're taking shots from every possible angle at this moment in time. NFxUNIQUE just putting the pressure on this. It's Flacco, it's Boyden that have to... never mind, it's just Flacco that has to hold on to this one. That has to try and keep G3 in this. Hiding in the smoke, they were hoping to stay alive as BPC just run down as many bullets as they can. Temper are out officially as your 4th team left. Top 3, here we come. And at this moment in time, it's NFxUNIQUE, it's 4KT, and of course, it's BBC.
It's great to see BBC making it into top 3 like I knew they could. The question is, can they go further? Can they grab a second or maybe even the chicken dinner spot? Right now, they have some good numbers and some good HPs and positioning to be able to back it up. Still inside the zones, the blue closes in. have a good place to be for luck. Of course, picking up some of those very spicy drops. Pronto getting taken down by Lord. The elimination of 4KT might be huge for both BBC and NFxUNIQUE here. Aimer, of course, on to the one side, just trying to stay alive, snaking through the grass up against an entire team of BBC and NFxUNIQUE, and that might just be a little bit too much to handle here. 1v4 maybe, 1v5, 6, 7, probably not. So it's just a matter of time before one of these teams eliminates Aimer and reduces it to a BBC versus NFxUNIQUE finisher. The question is, who wins in that matchup? I have absolutely no idea right now. Aimer in a very difficult spot right up against the blue. BBC on the hunt, sniffing him out, ready to pick him up. Actually going to start taking a fight with Harry and Zist, who are very low on HP on the other side. Cage doing a sneaky up towards the top of the map here, of the playable area. 4KT in a bit of trouble. They're probably going to be going out third here. Still not a bad performance considering Gun was knocked out way earlier than them, so they'll be keeping their spot at the top for the time being. But is somebody going to be taking it over? Aimer still playing the snake game, not having been found out just yet. Now NFxUNIQUE under so much pressure, they've popped the smokes. Time is running short for these teams.
Oh, there it is. Nihal coming through and taking out 4KT for good. Now BBC, they have an advantage here, and they're going to be pressuring NFxUNIQUE as those shots come through. Law's going to be first one to drop though, so it's not looking too great for BBC, but they still have 3 members alive, running through all the bullets that they possibly can at this moment in time. It's this, it's Terry, it's actually just this that's trying to hold on for NFxUNIQUE out in the open. It's not going to be them. It's going to be BBC taking away the winner chicken dinner, and oh, that is some teamwork. 3 kills. Woo! Okay, teamwork it is. NFxUNIQUE coming through in second place, and of course 4KT taking away your third position. But my goodness gracious, that that was a game.
Oh, BBC slamming home that number 1, that chicken dinner, with none other than 12 kills to their name. That is a very nice way to start things off with map number 1. NFxUNIQUE, of course, as you mentioned, coming in second. 4KT with that third place, 5 kills as well. Not too bad, not too shabby. And of course, they're going to be quite happy with the fact that G3 was doing a little bit of their work for them earlier on in the game as they struggled. G3 definitely trying to put in the performance to get in those points. They need them. They definitely need them because they want to push their way all the way up that log. It's going to be a difficult road for them if they want to make that happen. But certainly, big props to BBC for showing up like I knew they could. Question is, what on earth is about to happen next? Because we saw some shenanigans there. We saw some shenanigans. Like, what is 4KT up to? They're on something else today.
So I mean, I must say that I'm very impressed with their strategy, because basically they did what you said, which was go out and go try to get the kills. The moment they had a numbers disadvantage in players, they started to rat it out and secure the position points, which for me is a perfect strategy, because you go out, try to get as many kills as possible. Once you see you can't, then you start to play the game for position. They got 5 kills and third place, which definitely keeps their lead intact. And they have to give, I think they have to give a round of applause to G3 for helping them take out Gun earlier on, because that probably was the pivotal moment in this particular match. So we're waiting on the score sheets. As I want to ask, like, when we look at what happened with BBC, like BBC coming through at this point of the game with this clutch performance, 12 kills, winner chicken dinner, do you think they have a chance of making it?
Well, I would say that I know Patchy for a fact is extremely happy that BBC went to take that the winner chicken dinner. I mean, BBC is a team that I've seen in the past. I know that they're capable. I've known that they're capable from the beginning. I just wanted to see more from them. I don't know why they've been so quiet. The competition's obviously extremely high, but I don't know how their chances are looking for taking prize pool, but they can definitely get up into that leaderboard and get themselves some bragging rights today. But I think it started a little bit later, but they were definitely capable from the beginning.
Facts. So, Patchy, you want to talk us through the standings as we see?
Yeah, let's take a look at that. Of course, you can see BBC chilling off that top. The real kicker is Gun having gone out in 9th position there. 2 points to their name, which is not going to help the fact, of course, they were pretty high above their next up competitives, but I mean, man, oh man, it's not even worth it to have a look and see the ones and twos on this board right now. Undisputed AE, they were a team that also was looking to maybe contest for third and fourth, trying to get up in the top three, but with a performance, not picking up any points, it's not what you want. That's not what you want to start the final day on. Of course, most of the work has already been done in the previous days, but I mean, you want to hammer it home right now. This is where you get that chance. Of course, your MVP for the game going to be Zizd with a total of 6 kills, 840 points of damage done, a survival time of 26 minutes and 46 seconds there. So there is your MVP coming out of NFxUNIQUE. So I mean, yeah, it was a game, man. It was quite a game. We saw a lot of crazy things. We saw G3 trying to make it happen. We saw Gun getting taken out really early. Here is your overall leaderboard right now. And of course, it has to be 4KT still sitting on top. 146 points coming off the back of a good snake until you make it, plus the kills performance there, sneaking in to make sure they keep their lead. Gun, of course, having not really found the points that they were looking for, means that they are still sitting on 114. They're in second place. Still okay, still about 10 points ahead of Influence Rage, who's sitting in position number 3. NFxUNIQUE taking 4 with 84. G3 having pushed up to 5th place with 80 points. BBC sitting in 6th with 78 after their very nice victory just now. Undisputed AE having dropped all the way down to 7th position with 77 points. So that's a bit of a loss for them, and very, very difficult times ahead if they want to change their positioning. Euphoric Gods with 75 in 8th position. So some huge changes on that first leaderboard, but it's not in your top 1 or 2. It's mostly between positions like 3 and 7 when most of the changes are happening, and that's generally what we expect to see moving forward.
Well, super excited to see that. As you can see, ladies and gentlemen, people have an opportunity to push Slime for KT, but let's see what happens in our next few maps. We will be right back after the break with some more action in the Umzansi Esports League Season 3. Let's go! And welcome back once again to the Umzansi Esports League Season 3. I'm having some technical difficulties, as you may have noticed, but touch wood, everything's going to be okay. My name is Dr. City here with Pachi and Esmery. And you know what they say, anything that could go wrong would go wrong and possibly go wrong, but it's not going to go wrong because we have a finals to get to. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to go straight into our second map, which is Sanhok. We are on standby, and I was asking Pachi earlier on before I asked him to pause and reset. What do these teams have to do differently on Sanhok, and who has the best opportunity to up their game to make it into the top spots?
Yeah, well, I feel really sad because I spent a whole good couple of minutes giving a really nice, monologue about what we were going to see, and then we had technical difficulties, and then I spent like 5 minutes trying to, stop myself from just laughing, crying, because our producer was just going mad in our ears, like there was something else out here. So now we're here, we're back. What am I going to say about this? Well, it's Sanhok, right? So Sanhok is like map for upsets 101. If we're going to have it, it's going to be here. I was talking about G3 earlier, yesterday. They didn't really have the performance they were looking for. In the previous game, they were actually putting in some serious work to move up positions, and they did so. They moved up a considerable number of positions. Now, whether that's going to be enough to move into top 3, I'm not 100% sure. But if they do well in this game, it's gonna be a really good position to be in if they're gonna shoot for the top spots, which we know, of course, G3, they're definitely gonna try and make that happen. On the flip side, 4KT and Gun, they're looking to maintain their position at the top of the leaderboard, and I don't think it's going to be that easy, at least in this map here, because of the fact that we could see any of these other teams taking a chicken dinner. Not to mention, we just saw BBC take a chicken dinner, which means that, the guys at the top of the log didn't get it, and now BBC are moving up the list as well. So we've got a couple of teams that are encroaching on that space. So I think this is the opportunity for teams to step up if they want to steal away that top spot.
And you did mention earlier on that they should not underestimate the power of the teams at the bottom, the power of the teams without any hope of making it into any of the top spots for the prize pool, because they can literally mess up your chances of getting in there by taking the points that you need to make it in there. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is heating up. We are about to go into Sanhok. The teams are almost ready. But I have one more question for Esmery. Esmery, BBC, Influence Rage, NFxUNIQUE, Gun, and G3. Like, I want to talk specifically about Gun right now. What do they have to do, like, specifically, to get those points that they need to hopefully knock off 4KT?
Well, placement points are officially not good enough. It's not going to be good enough just to do placement points. So what's happening with your camera? It just doesn't like you. But looking at it now, Gun, they need to be super active here. They need to go for those kills. They need to go for the placements as well. They need to be the Gun that we know them to be. So hopefully they're ready for this one, and they're ready to take it as far as they possibly can. It's Champions Day. They got to do it.
Oh, all right. We're having a fun time. It has just been great. What a great day for technicalities. Like, drop a like on this video if you've ever had problems with your PC for longer than like 5 minutes. Like when you're playing your favorite game and then it just dies on you because, screw you and everything you stand for. Just drop a like. Let's hit that 100 like mark. But in any case, it is going to be Sanhok, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone else. We are getting straight into the action. It's 4KT up here with the young Thundercats. A-Bomb in a lot of trouble as 4KT just about to drop some bombs, and they do indeed. But up comes young Thundercats. They're going to contest. They're not happy to let the Kings stay on their throne. Right up they come. They're going to be challenging straight off the bat, and what a time to do so. This is it. Picking up the Uzi. It's Ungodly moving in to just support his teammates here and make sure they are strong and ready to go, but 4KT is not about to go down without a fight. These guys have been fighting for their top spot. There's a reason that they're sitting up there. Now they just have to defend their throne. Right now, Young Thundercats still encroaching on the position, trying to strangle them out of their resources just straight off the bat. This is great to see. Its effects very low on HP. Superior going to go down as Aimer does manage to put the damage in. Is Young Thundercats attempt at an assault here going to turn back onto them? It might just be A-Bomb's already gone. Superior about to fall next. Indeed, he gets taken out in 4KT. They defend their throne straight off the bat. The hard drop is not going to work out. The Young Thundercats are on the back foot. Ungodly is able to take out Andrew, though. That's a big step. 4KT already suffering a couple of losses. This is huge. Like we said, if you're on the bottom of the log, you're not necessarily down and out, but Young Thundercats is down and out. And Aimer is going to be doing a little bit of a cheeky BM because he knows exactly what just happened. It's exactly what I suggested that you do. Even if you're sitting down towards the bottom of the log, you can change the game. And they have. They've taken one player away from 4KT. That might just come back to bite them.
Well, no, you can't say that. You can't say that. 4KT literally just got to third place with 2 members left. So nah, you shush. Can't say those things. Anyway, moving on. We're here on Sanhok. It was a really, really active start to Sanhok, but I'm happy to see Young Thundercats taking the pressure to 4KT. Unfortunately, not working out the way they would have wanted to, but yeah, at least they took a member down, put some pressure onto 4KT, and I think, you know, that BM is also just a sigh of relief, because can you imagine if 4KT went out as the first team on Sanhok? That would be a repeat of what we had yesterday, and only the fact that they came back on Erangel is what saved them. So that would have been spicy. That would have been so spicy. But we're going to move on. Looking at that zone is going to force a few of those teams to take some early rotations because, I mean, it's Sanhok, it's not too bad. I mean, you go from that 8x8 to 4x4, so it looks a lot bigger than it actually is because we're used to the other maps, so it's fine. Everyone's going to be good with rotations. It does seem like Gun have found a nod. Short by Slim just sneaking around the fence. They're throwing in some pot shots to try and potentially just take a member away from Pain here, which would not be great for them. No, not just trying to run away. Just run.
Yeah.
It's not worth it, man. No, but dodge and weave. Just drop. Oh no.
Wave.
We're literally just watching a nod getting bullied here. I mean, where can he go right now? It's a 1v2. Unless he takes out 2 members of Gun, which, mind you, that would be insane. Can you imagine if 2 members from Gun drop?
I believe in the 1v2. Hanad, let's go. I believe.
Surely. We've got all the belief in the world here, and I would love to see something for Pain Africa happen here.
Yeah, could certainly happen. Hanad is getting the health back up here, preparing himself for what could be his final moments here in the game in the map of Sanhok. No chance for escape, no chance for reinforcements. He is truly abandoned and alone here. 2 Gun players are ready to just bite at his throat right now, ready to finish him off. But Gun's actually not getting overly aggressive here. They're playing it on the safe side. Not too sure why. Honestly, I would just straight up go for it. You know, why even bother? Just risk it for the biscuit. But they heard the thoughts and prayers of Hanad, and they're like, he's readying that 1v2 clutch. We're not gonna do this. We've felt the universe telling us not to push this one.
We're not gonna give it to him. No, we're gonna play it safe. Come on, we need to just look at that. It's literally just one little dot of green in a sea of red of Gun, and BBC is just right behind them. If I was Hanad right now, I'd be terrified. I'd be absolutely terrified. But we'll look at that later on. If we turn our attention to the rest, here's Temper actually pulling up on 4KT. Do you think they might have heard what happened there? You know, hearing all those shots? Maybe they're ready for it. Maybe they're going to take the long rotate. It does look like they're jumping in for a swim. But can you imagine if Temper found 4KT in the scenario here? That would... No. The possibilities of that would be absolutely insane, because they have a real shot at taking out... Not only did they take out Gun on Erangel, but if they took out 4KT on Sanhok, they would literally be gunning for all of the pole positions at this moment. That would be insane. That would be a story. I want to see that one.
Yeah, if G3 goes in and takes 4KT out here, then they would have eliminated both of the top teams right there, just straight off the bat, which would have been interesting to say the least. So far, though, they have decided to throw themselves over the edge of a cliff into the water. So, you know, there is that. But for the moment, 4KT just going to be happy to sit in boot camp. You can see on the map there are a lot of teams moving on up, making sure they're comfy inside that zone. So F1 just chilling out here on the docks, maybe looking for a fishing rod to go fishing just a little bit. and chill as some teams, or some players, should I say, are rolling up right over here. Sully and Hainsley already up to, just stir the pot a little bit, seeing if they could spot anyone out. Zero is going to have his work cut out for him here because he is very much split up from Safwan, who is trying to put the damage in. He has been spotted out, though. Has been called, but Zero going to try and get a sneaky shot, but Sully is too quick on the draw. He's just going to immediately 90-degree flick and take him down, and now Safwan all alone on the side there. One nowhere to be seen to assist the team, and of course, that is going to mean that Safwan has a very tough battle up ahead of him.
Oh my goodness, the audacity just of that run, but here it is. At this moment in time, Lag find themselves a man down and trying to just recover from the situation. They have to be careful though, because we've got some wilding characters just running around the corner looking for any opportunity here as Influence Rage try and hold on to this. Like I said, they're one of the teams that I've been wanting to see more of, but so far Lag, they're making it happen. They've taken down 2, and so far they're thirsting those kills. It's happening at this moment in time. Oh, Influence Rage, not looking too healthy right now. Oh.
I mean, what? Safwan, my man, out here just making it happen, and then the cavalry comes in. They're like, no, we leave no man behind. Safwan kills everyone. They come back. They help him out. Sure, he goes down, but the res comes in immediately. What is going on? These teams have come to play today. It is the finals day, and you can feel it for sure. These teams given us an absolute spectacle at the very least. You can see the rest of Lag all the way up there in towards the north have to make their way down into the zone for the time being. A couple of teams also needing to skirt the edges of that zone, get across that line. We'll see if the teams do make it happen. You can see Pain very close to Gun, very close to Zero Tolerance, very close to 4KT. We're very close to G3. That's a lot of very close, but it's not enough fighting. That's what I want to see right now. Somebody has got to stir the pot once again. We saw the hot drop onto Bootcamp, but I want to see a little bit more. G3, maybe they're going to stir the pot because they took out Gun in the previous map. Now Gun and 4KT are right ahead of them. They have the chance to truly be the Kingslayers here.
Ooh. That's a beautiful title. We should have a Kingslayer's prize just for tempo. They've taken out Gun and Erangel. Can you imagine if they take out 4KT here? Again, that prospect gets me very excited because then that leaderboard all of a sudden goes into a question mark box. Then we can have some real spice happening on the leaderboard, which would be absolutely insane to see. But for the time being, we're going to all just take a seat. We're just all going to relax. We're going to wait for Ultra 6 to just get themselves in the zone as they are getting a little bit pressured. Just around the corner, there is a little bit of a concern that they might be getting a few shots in the back. But as those rotations run through, it does seem like Mullins is going to go down to Inspector. So Undisputed AE have jumped into the party, which is great to see from them. Also a team that I really want to see more of them. They really have an opportunity to get some good points here to get themselves in prize-winning positions. So let's see how they handle this one, because of course, getting those extra kills here on Sanhok, as we know, every time you take a fight, there is the risk of that third party. Everyone can hear you. You are so close. And now Miyagi just behind the rock. They're trying to stay alive. As Potato is actually spotted out to another player. So trying to get those shots in, but they have to be careful. They're just around the corner from Miyagi. How is he still alive?
He's using his secret ninja skills.
No way. Inspector's gonna get a bit of a surprise right now, but he's turning around as quickly as possible. Not quick enough. Miyagi does manage to get the knock, but at least Potato is there for the trade. So Undisputed AE, they hold on to all their members and they take a free kill to say thank you so much, come again. But for the moment, we've got 13 teams still left on this one. That zone's starting to close in. We've got some people rotating in as fast as they possibly can. And I don't know. I don't think this is quite a bad zone. I mean, it's still pretty easy for the rest of them to actually get into this one, and they got some space to work with here.
Yeah, super easy peasy for these teams. For the time being, I'm still seeing a triangle of doom developing here towards Bootcamp with G3, 4KT, and Gun. I would like to see G3. Imagine if G3 go in, destroy 4KT, take Bootcamp, and then kill Gun from Bootcamp. Bro, that would just be something else, man. I want to see it.
Nah, that's it. Then they win. It's fine. We don't need to worry about Umzansi. They've won the Kingslayer award. It will be
Kingslayer
made
award worth
today.
1,000 points. Let's go.
1,000 patchy points? Are they
Yeah,
getting
for
patchy
sure.
points today?
Oh, I mean, yeah. At least 100 for taking gun out, but they got to get a little bit more. Especially if they want to earn that driver's license.
But I mean, Zero Tolerance also just around this corner, so I mean, they can very easily get involved in this. Hanad, somehow, some way, still alive and on the tail of Gun, might be looking for a little bit of revenge this time around as they are getting very close into the Sincerity. Lucky to see them still alive and in this one. Lag, just trying to swim and stay alive, but they're right around the corner from Euphoric Gods, and I do hear a couple of pot shots going through. One in Fantasy trying to keep in, but Safwan also quite happily in this one. I mean, 14 kills at the moment. Sunny definitely looking for this hunt. You can see they're just on the ridgeline, throwing in a pot shot and finding Safwan. No, after the insane amount of effort they've done to survive, it's gonna all go down to Euphoric Gods, and they're gonna be very happy to take those kills. It's only Fantasy left, and it's literally shooting fish in a barrel. Oh,
Yeah.
no.
I don't think jumping into the water was the right decision here. I think this team had so much more potential. Take the fight, man. Don't back out of it. You know, if you're getting backed up against the cliff face, just go for it. Just go for the kills. Push it, man. Don't jump off into the water. You're gonna give yourself up without a fight. I mean, it's not satisfying to see, but in any case, there it is. Of course, we have our zone closing on up once again. It's going to exclude most of boot camps. So 4KT looking for that rotate, and wisely going to be rotating out the back instead of going straight into G3 or Gun. Of course, they will have to find their own spot inside the zone. I presume they're probably going to take residence in one of the compounds, either towards Pine Nun or towards the crossroads there. But for now, we're having a look and seeing where the rest of the fights are breaking out right now. Sincerity in the crosshair of Zero Tolerance Skill. Skido looking for a potential pick, but not going to find anything for the moment. Gun off to the side, and of course G3 as well. Haven't decided to make the push either, which is probably a good idea considering the situation and the circumstances they find themselves in. Sincerity occupying the top of this mountain, Zero Tolerance down in the compound below. So maybe a couple of skirmishes looking to break out here and there. But so far, the teams are just content to keep their spots, keep a little bit of space in between them, and not do anything too crazy. Euphoric Gods moving up very close to Aphelion Apex, who's taken up residence in a couple of these buildings here, just off to the side of Ruins. But NFxUNIQUE just to the top on the north of that. And of course, Sincerity, as I mentioned, holding up on top of that hill above Ruins, keeping themselves in a pretty decent position. Most of the players on this map right now have a good position and not too much crazy things going on. Of course, that's going to change once this blue zone rolls up. As soon as that next zone drops, it's going to be chaos again.
Hold up just a moment here. Is 4KT rolling up in Gun's territory? Are we
It
going
would
to
be
see
nice
a
to
Gun
see.
versus 4KT?
I want to see it.
I would love to see that. That one would be spicy. Can you imagine?
4KT beats Gun, G3 beats 4KT? Play like a chess game?
Ooh, be careful what you call, because Gun is sandwiched between 4KT and Temper. So, I mean, they can very easily just take a couple of pot shots, do some third parties, maybe even take a few of the kills away. If they take majority of those kills away and 4KT and Gun go out, then that leaderboard is going to look very interesting. I'd love to see that just for the sake of competition. But of course, you're reigning leaders. If you guys are supporting Gun or 4KT, that is not something you want to see happen. So hopefully that strat comes through, then maybe take a better look at rotating in and taking a better pathing to stay as safe as possible before the real chaos ensues. We've got 4 zones in. That play zone is not a fun place to be in at this moment in time. So rotations really have to be crisp and clean. And for a lot of these teams, they might be running into places they don't want to be finding themselves. But so far, Sanhok has had a really explosive start, and now everyone is just taking the time to just relax, figure out who's around them, and hold on to this as long as possible. I do like the fact that BBC have found themselves in that top 8. It's like the first time this weekend that we've actually had a change in the top 8 teams, which is great to see. But they still have a ways to go. And they still have all 4 members to remaining. Why is there a member of 4KT just chilling in bootcamp?
Sneaky, sneaky from behind is what he's going for. He's gonna go up. He's gonna get in. He's gonna take them from behind and secure the dub for KT. Or he's just gonna go out to the blue. We're about to see Short Boy looking for G3 here, looking to do some damage. Maybe cut G3's hopes and dreams down. Do the count, and Flecker gonna get taken out from behind. Nerf just running and gunning straight on up into them, trying to put the cap on the G3 bottle here as they try to push on up the blue zone, now threatening to come in. The stakes have risen all the way to the top. Nerf looking for the damage onto G3. Gunner and Six have to try and make something out of this situation, because right now they're kind of stuck behind this. Oh, that's a brilliant nade. That's perfectly. That's going to free them up right to go up in towards Nerf. Pounds is here to try and spot out the competition as they do go for the res on to Flecker. Of course, the first coming in as well is going to make that a lot easier, as the information has now been cut off for Ghana. They're just going to have to retreat up the hill. G3 still in this one, still ready to fight and still ready to claim their title as Kingslayers.
Just imagine though, but 4KT is literally right behind them. They can obviously hear that this fight is happening. They can obviously hear that there's some commotion. So surely 4KT being 4KT, they'd want to go and scout this out. If they find out that's Gun or G3, there's a huge opportunity for your current poll leaders. And even if the rotations just come through for either G3 or for Gun, we'll have to wait and see how that is. But this really is an exciting moment if you're watching. If you've been following Umzansi Season 3, then you know this is crazy to witness, that we might be seeing either a Gun versus 4KT early on, or a Temper versus 4K3 early on post this fight that's happening at this moment in time. Some nades getting prepped and ready. Plaza has to be careful though. If those nades drop, they're not going to be looking good. And there it is, going to be taking out Plaza. And now all of a sudden, Gun gonna be under pressure. At least Gunner goes down for if you're supporting Gun at this point in time, but it's only Pounds left for Gun, as they might be going out as the 12th team on Sanhok. This is insane. Gun not having the best of opportunities here. Luck, it is out of the window. Gun out in your 12th spot, and that does mean that G3 Temper have taken out one of the two top poll leaders once again. Two in a row!
You're telling me they did this a second time? There's no ways. They just walk in and take Gun down for a second time in the row here on the finals day. What a performance coming out of them. They're just like, no thank you. So we don't care how high up on the log you are. We're going to come in, we're going to give you a fight, and we're going to win it as well. What a play. They're going to be keeping themselves in this match. The Kingslayers advance one more space on that chessboard. Now, of course, moving on. Before I fight going to go down. Six actually going to fall to his doom. Skidu going to get taken down by Muffin, who does put the nail in the coffin there for the first. Kage goes down to FaZe, and Pablo getting shots into the Matrix. 4KT here to punish G3. They're about that life. They say, we saw you take out Gun. We're about to get some vengeance for our brothers at the top of that log. Respect putting the shots in towards Keish as NFxUNIQUE taking some serious gunfire here. Sinister looking for a couple of shots, but Respect is on the case, on the grind, ready to put those shots in the blue zone, coming to give them a little bit of encouragement there. Hunter doing a bit of gatekeeping, waiting for Keish to walk into the crosshairs, and indeed he does, tapping away at that. He's going to pick up the kill, no problem. Sincerity goes down. Vortex and Ash are going to follow very quickly. Down they go, and this is absolute chaos in the ranks as the blue zone finally closes on in and forces these teams close to the zone, shifting up once again. Row goes down, Sneaks taking hits, Hunter putting the hits in towards Lynx, and FaZe who are very low on HP here. Muffin get taken down by Hanan. The taps from Hunter going to be enough to land those shots. Indeed, Lynx also going to meet the same fate very, very soon here, right up ahead of Hunter, who is very keen to end this fight off. The smoke does get popped. 4KT still in this one. They're ready to lay down the law as Pain right ahead of them, and their one holds barred into the... It's so much damage done to Pronto, but they needed to get this damage. They need to push in. Pain Africa is the only team that's keeping them from re-entering the zone right now, so they have to take this fight, and they might just be able to. BBC now up ahead. This could be a little bit of a problem for them. Link's going to go down in the meantime as Inspector puts the Very nice grenade across into that direction. You can see right up to the top, we've got Sunny and the rest of the squad there from the Euphoric Gods pushing up on Undisputed AE, as the zone is absolutely minuscule right now. 4KT in a very difficult spot. BBC might put a pressure onto Pain. If Pain get put pressure on from the back, it might be a problem. Luck goes down though, as Sahil ready to put those hits in quick enough on the trigger to make that happen. Is 4KT going to stir the pot though? That's the question. A good nade from the Hull is going to take Kingerman down, and 4KT are prepping the nades now to take on Pain.
Oh, Pain Africa in a lot of trouble at the moment, but as is Undisputed AE, they're taking knocks from every side, every which way you can look at. Euphoric Gods, unfortunately, Hunter was doing so well, but Influence Rage have unofficially jumped in on the party and taken them out. Sunny at least there to get a little bit of revenge, taking out Undisputed AE's Potato as well. So far, there's damage all the ways around. Everyone is taking a piece of the action at this moment in time. We've got 17s left, battling it out for such a small area. And still, Pain trying to hold on to this, but now BBC's joined the party. They're officially the ones putting on the pressure here, while 4KT just sit back and they just wait. They just wait for it to happen before their eyes, and maybe they'll pick something up here and there. Pronto definitely going to be keen for it as he gets close to that wall. Kingerman has to be careful because just around the corner it's 4KT, or just behind them is BBC that they need to deal with, as everyone needs to worry about those rotations. 7 zones in. You do not want to be stuck in the player zone. You want to get out as soon as possible, and 4KT right now in the best position to do so. All they need to do is gatekeep BBC and Pain Africa, and bam, there's a couple of kill points to add onto the leaderboard to ensure that gap on the pole position gets bigger and bigger as Pain and BBC now try and make their rotations in. Here it comes through. 4KT taking a lot of pot shots there towards Pain Africa. Pain Africa down to 1 member, and it's going to be the Beast that is still stuck between a rock and a hard place trying to get into zone at this moment in time. But of course, it's 4KT holding them down, holding them away from the goal that is safety out of the zone. Kingerman out. 4 teams left. You've got 4KT, you've got Euphoric Gods, you've got Undisputed AE, and you might not have the luck for very long, but Nihal is still here for BBC.
Also 4KT losing a member there. Fex going down in the water, still alive, but that's going to be a bit of a tough one to recover from unless they can get that res in super quick. BBC hugely in trouble, not going to really be able to escape. Now barely playing the survival game, but the zone does so much damage now. 8 zones deep, there's no ways you survive that, absolutely not. So he'll up here with the best of them here to try and take this fight up against these teams. 4KT have managed to make it into top 3 once again. These guys have just been absolutely nuts, picking up the points like there's no problem whatsoever. Euphoric Gods, they're chilling in this house right across the way. Pronto is going to go up a little bit low on HP than he'd like to be. He's going to juice himself back up for the potential fight that he is looking for up against the Euphoric Gods. Whether he's going to find it or not is another question entirely. Let's have a look and see. Sunny is aware of it. He hears the footsteps, knows what's coming. He just doesn't know when it is coming. He's going to peek out in the nick of time to try and find a little bit of damage, but doesn't find anything just yet. Inspector looking for something on the corner of this house, waiting for the right moment to peek, but 4KT are playing slow and almost costing them their lives. But if they're going to spot out the peek, up they come. 4KT taking a little bit of damage, but ultimately going to win the fight up against the Euphoric Gods, and now they turn their attention to the last remaining players in this game. Sahil going up super aggressive, backed by Inspector on the back end, but Sahil has to be very, very careful here. There's so much at stake. The chicken dinner is just barely out of their reach. If they can overcome the hurdle that is 4KT, they might just be able to take it, but it's going to be a tough push for them. Sahil taking quite a bit of damage. He's very low. There's no ways he 1v3s this. He's going to have to play very, very far back. There's no ways he pushes up. If he pushes past the point, he gets taken down. Sunny going to put the shots in. Pronto goes down, and now Inspector on the backside has to make something happen. Sahil has not managed to stay alive for as long as is necessary. Inspector's the last one left. Can he do the clutch? And the answer is no, he cannot. 4KT will take the chicken dinner and a considerable number of kills in their pocket for game number 2.
13 kills and the winner chicken dinner. I mean, is that pole position just getting bigger and bigger? It's getting impossible at this point to try and catch up to Slime 4KT. They've done absolutely well. Undisputed AE coming in second place, and of course Euphoric Gods picking up some good kills there from Lag and coming in third place, whereas the rest of them, unfortunately, not where they would have wanted to be. Gun in particular, 12th place. Ouch.
Yeah, that is definitely a bit of an ouch there. Gun not finding what they want for a second game in a row. That definitely puts their placement on the leaderboard in jeopardy here. I'm super excited to see what we're about to find out for the overall leaderboard, but of course, that is coming up very soon.
I'm lost for words. I've just been looking at that particular situation and thinking there is no way. Like, we have 2 maps to go. Until we see the updated overall leaderboard, it's looking almost impossible for 4KT to lose this.
Pretty much. They were already in a really good space, and now there's nothing happening for anyone else. And not only are they getting those top 3s with duos, now with 3 players, they go and get the winner chicken dinner. That's ridiculous.
That just, and there's something I want to ask about. In a competitive situation like this, when you can see the finish line, is there an extra motivation, Patchy, to go for it, and you just know that if you can get this done, no one can catch you?
I mean, you know what? When it comes to the situation that 4KT find themselves in, I think putting the biggest gap between you and the guys below you is probably the best thing you can do when the guys below you are looking as hungry as this. Generally speaking, you might want to play the safe game and go, you know what? We've got the win. It's basically secure. Let's just play safe. Let's just play slow and smart and just keep the placements, not get too risky or anything like that. But the guys below you are like piranhas, man. These guys are trying to eat anything that you throw at them. If you give them a finger, they will take a hand right here. That is what's going on. Everyone is just high. Like, the first page is looking nuts. I'm super keen to see what it has in store for us because those teams are going for it. Gun slipping down a slide like it's got sunlight soap on it right now because they were at the top, but they are not going to be there for much longer if they don't manage to point any more points on the board right now. The rest of the teams, however, they are climbing the hill. They are putting the points on the board. 4KT should be undisputed if they continue to play like they are. Right now, they've just put the insane points on the board time and time again. We saw them yesterday doing that, and now the consistency is still there, and that's what we were talking about this whole time. Can you get the placements? Can you get the kills? Can you stay consistent? And 4KT has done just that so far. Like you said, 2 games left. I don't know if we're going to see them drop. They look like they're on their A game this finals.
Like, if you think about it, even if they didn't do anything, Esmery, in the next 2 games, they probably would have a strong enough lead to ride out the rest. So in this particular situation, it's all about the rest of the points. For me, I'm just going to focus on who's coming second to fourth and see what's happening there. And let's take a look at Esme. Do you want to talk us through what's happening here?
Of course, your poll leaders currently taking the winner chicken dinner with 13 kills, leaving them with 28 points. Euphoric Gods coming in second place with 18 points, and Undisputed AE making an appearance in third place with 17. Pain Africa as well. Hanad, you stayed alive, coming through in fourth place, 11 points. BBC once again in your top 8 with 9. NFxUNIQUE, G3 Temper, and Sincerity Esports rounding up your top 8. Looking pretty interesting. Looking very interesting. And here's where it's at. I can't even believe I'm saying this. Lag Esports coming in 9th place. Aphelion Apex in 10th. Gun in 11th place. Ultra 6 in 12th. Zero Tolerance in 13. Influence Rage Africa in 14. Young Thundercats. Nice hot drop there, but unfortunately didn't work out, in 15th place, and Immortalz in 16th. Wow. Yeah, that was one of the best starts to Sanhok I've seen so far, but here it is, 4KT reigning supreme aimer with 5 kills, 555 damage, and a total survival time of 24 minutes and 37 seconds. Your winner chicken dinners. And yeah, they did fantastically. They had a lot of pressure from the beginning, already starting off that Sanhok game with only 3 members, but they made it. They took it all the way to the big W, and they did really, really well.
It's just fantastic gameplay to see. I know we're going to be taking a look at the updated overall leaderboard, Patchy. You know you love your numbers and your stats. What are we looking at?
Well, It is very interesting to see. Let's just run down from top to bottom as we do. 4KT, of course, maintaining their position at the top and basically outpacing the rest by a considerable margin. I mean, that's what, 50, 60 points ahead of the closest competitors, which,
80.
of course, are Gamers
60.
Unite Nations. 117 points for them in second place. Influence Rage keeping their third place, 104 points in there. Of course, Undisputed AE sprinting back up the log from 7 into 4th place with 94 points. Very close behind them, Euphoric Gods with 93 in 5th, and of course, NFxUNIQUE with 91 in 6th. BBC still keeping themselves on the first page. They've got 87 points thanks to that chicken dinner in the first game. 7th place there. G3 keeping themselves on the first page as well. 8th position, 85 points, but lots of work to do if they want to try and poach. Now, is it possible? 85 points to 94 is not a big jump. I mean, that is either one chicken dinner or a good kill game to get up there. So this is still very much anyone's game on that first page. It is basically like G3 could make it happen. The way they've been looking, they're going hunting. They're finding the kill leaders and they're like, we're not only are we stopping you from getting points, i.e., we're stopping you from going up on the leaderboard, we're also getting your points for us and moving us up on the leaderboard. So that strategy is how you do it. If you want to climb in the final days of the finals here, that's how you do it. That is exactly how you do it. And right now, G3 are looking like they're quite hungry. So it is very possible that they could potentially push up into the top slots. Not looking possible for the win, which 4KT have basically secured for themselves. But damn, there is still some serious competition to be had.
Well, let's see. We'll find out more after this break when we come back with some more PUBG Mobile action. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the greatest show on earth. As I always say, this is the Umzansi Esports League Season 3. It is finals day. We are watching the PUBG Mobile Tournament, and the action is live. Slime4KT have all but secured the top place. Let's see if Gun have what it takes to push them or push for a top spot. It is happening in the next map, which is Miramar, and we know it's a very, very tactical map. But I'm not here alone. I'm here with Patchy and S-Proxy, and we are giving you all the action. Ladies and gentlemen, guys, we know that there is an opportunity for G2 for Gun, and it's going to take a wild card, a long shot, and hopefully Slime4KT ends up doing some falling in the water and just dying in like the first circle or something, getting 0 points. So we are heading straight into the map to look at what is happening. Sorry, the leaderboard, to look at what's happening. Patchy, talk us through this.
Well, we know this. We know the numbers by now, right? Slime4KT almost 60 points ahead. I think like 57 or something. Dr. Sid was busy doing some quick maths in the background there. Gamers Unite Nations, 117 points for them in second place. I have been seeing some major sabotage here, guys. Major sabotage. G3 coming in and just taking Gamers Unite Nations chances out from underneath. Just saying, you know what? You want to go for the top spot? Well, screw you. We're not going to let you make it happen. And we're just going to take those points straight away from you. Right now, if Gamers Unite Nations wants to take a win, they basically have to back-to-back get 30-plus kills, or 30-plus points, should I say, in the next 2 games. So that's 30 games each to give a total of 60 to overtake 4KT. And on top of that requirement, they are also required to knock 4KT out with as few points as possible and still make up the difference. So if 4KT go out with no points, then it's fine. Then 30 plus 30 is fine. If 4KT do make points, then they're going to need to make up those points as well. Basically, I don't think it's going to happen. Honestly, I don't think it's going to happen. With the absolute sabotage that we have been seeing coming out today, I don't think it's going to happen. G3 have been pulling out the legs from underneath all of these platforms here, and they're just falling down. Gun being, of course, the prime suspect of that, as we've seen G3 taking them out twice back-to-back games so far. Now, heading into Miramar, I suspect we'll see some good performances out of the usual suspects. That just means 4KT is going to be taking more points. And that's going to be terrible for the rest of the players if they want to make their way up that leaderboard. Of course, we're still waiting to see whether the likes of G3 will be able to actually move their way up the leaderboard, because right now it's very, very close for, I'd say, positions 3 to 7. It's quite close for those teams to shift it up a little bit.
I mean, even from positions 2. I mean, if Gun once again goes out early on, if it happens again, there goes their leader. There goes their opportunity to stay in second place. Remember, they're about like a few odd points away from third place. Undisputed AE, very close to that. Influence Rage, very close to that. It's not impossible to take away that second place. But first place, yeah. I don't think we're going to be seeing changes there. We'll have to wait and see, but Miramar, here we come.
Yeah, Miramar, here we come. We've got our flight path heading in from east to west, a little bit more down to the south than it is to the north, so we'll probably have a little more drops down in places like Los Leones and Chimacera, although I do suspect we might see some teams try and get their way up into El Pozo and El Azhar, maybe Halcyon and Delpatron as well. So yeah, a pretty decent flight path, easy access for most of the teams. I'm wondering if we're going to see any hot drops like we did. We saw Young Thundercats go for it in the previous game. It didn't work out, but maybe you can make it work out the second time around. Hey, who knows? We're about to find out as the teams are heading down into that map, which is map number 3. It is Miramar. Of course, we still have 1 map after this, so do not get dissuaded. We still have plenty of game left. We've got this map, and we've got the next map before our leaders, our victors, are crowned. We get to see who does land in our top spots. But for now, let's have a look and see what happens here on Miramar.
I wonder where that zone's going to be rearing its head, because we've had some... Woohoo! There it is.
Your question is answered.
Thank you, map. This is what I was waiting for. So, I mean, looking at that, it's still not crazy. It's definitely not the craziest zone I've seen so far. So a lot of teams, they have an opportunity to get themselves in there. You can see a few already dropping within that. The Aphelion Apex might be tuning just a little bit ways back so they can get a little bit more loot towards Bahala Damar, and a few of the other teams there towards Al Azahar. So I mean, there's a lot of loot around here to go around, and everyone might be looking for a little bit of a quieter start this time around. It's Miramar. We know it's long, it's slow, it takes its time. So for a lot of these teams, maybe that is the plan of action here, to just take a breather. Young Thundercats doesn't seem like they're hot dropping this time around, but Sincerity and Lag. Oh no, what's happening here? Talking about hot drops, here it is happening immediately. So Respect and Muffin in this one, but it looks like Respect is absolutely sandwiched here between the entirety of Lag, as the rest of Sincerity have just taken a little bit of a step back to try and get loot, to get that support going, and it's already starting off here. Fantasy and Respect going head to head. Ooh, but the damage is in favor of Lag. It's in favor of Fantasy, and they're just going to melee them away, finish it off. So there it is. Sincerity already dropping a member, and at this moment in time, I don't even think it's worth it for Sincerity to actually invest in this fight, invest in the revenge that they're trying to get here, because if they do, that's a pretty risky fight to take.
Yeah, that's definitely not the way you want to start the match out. For them, it doesn't matter all that much. They can still snake it up. They can still try and rotate away. They do have the space and the time to make it happen, but definitely is going to, put a little bit of a hitch in their plans, whatever they might be. Up and down, straight up on top of someone, of course, is not going to be the greatest way to try and stay alive, especially when your team is off on the other side of the compound. All right, as we can see on the map, we'll have a look at 4KT down with Aphelion Apex in towards the bottom sort of southwestern corner of the mainland. Of course, up in towards the northeast, we still have zero tolerance right up there in Al Azhar as well. Lots of Leones also looking a little bit occupied here, although, as we know, it's Miramar. The spaces are a little bit big. We know that the space between the teams is larger than it appears. So we're just waiting to see who is going to be rolling up on who first. I can see towards the middle of the map there, we have Sincerity rotating away from the hot drop on that was on top of Lag. We do have G3 slightly up in towards San Martin. Got a gun down towards the Young Thundercats and BBC just in towards El Pozo. So lots of good positions, a bit of a slower start since we only saw that one kill in the beginning. We're still waiting for the teams to clash, but definitely we do expect that to start happening, because the nice thing about this map is those long-range engagements that you can really pull out of the hat here. It's not so much you have to dive into somebody's compound. You could really engage them quite far away.
Yeah, we love to see it, and some of the players here, they've been really proficient in using those long range fights to their advantage, picking up those kills, just getting involved in fights that they don't even actually need to heavily invest into, but they can steal a kill away here and there, which is great. Just adds on to the points. And I mean, for 4KT right now, they should be chilling. They should just be absolutely vibing to the fact that they have picked up so many points over the last 3 days, that they have set themselves up quite nicely. I don't know. Patchy, do you think it's even possible? Like, if anything was going to happen, if 4KT literally just dropped as the first team, and I don't know, the next possible would be Gun taking the next two winner-winner chicken dinners, pulling basically a 4KT twice in a row, then we could be seeing a change in that first position. Otherwise, I don't see any other opportunity there.
I mean, basically, the requirements to get the chicken dinner or even to get the overall win away from 4KT right now would require some immense, and I mean immense, gymnastics and performances like we've never seen, basically. You would have to single-handedly wipe out just about everyone on the map and also take the chicken dinner twice to be able to make that happen, because there's only, 60 players maximum in one game? So that's 60 potential kills and 15 placement points for a chicken dinner that you could potentially get. Right? There's no ways you collect all of those kill points, and the chicken dinner is not the easiest to acquire. And if you haven't been able to do it previously, what's to say you're going to get it now? I mean, right now, you're playing with the likes of 4KT. You're playing with the likes of Gun. You're playing with the likes of G3. These guys have been on the game right now. They're not looking like they're making mistakes. They're not looking like they're stuttering right now. Of course, we did see the fight between Gun G3 and G3, taking Gun out twice back to back. But the fact of the matter is they've put the work in prior to this. They've got the points already. They're still here. They're still swinging hard, and just because G3 take them out doesn't mean that you are necessarily going to be able to take them out. These guys are some heavy hitters right now, and it is just, I think it's far too much of a big ask to be able to really overtake the likes of 4KT right now. The rest of them, though, maybe a little bit more doable, maybe more in the realm of possibility. A-Bomb putting a good shot across in towards Plaza, and poor Gun, they have just been under fire time and time again, and now it's the Young Thundercats ready to try and contest once again.
So I mean, first Young Thundercats take up 4KT, and now they might be actually giving Gun some pressure here, some damage. Plaza, he's not looking too healthy at this point in time, and those long range engagements. A Mini 14, one of the best that I'd want to be working with here. So this is going to be interesting. Young Thundercats might be the Kingslayers themselves. Maybe they're trying to take that title away from Temper this time around. Maybe they're just trying to go for the best and see what they can do at this moment in time. It would be interesting. It would be very interesting if it happens here. They've definitely not been afraid. They have not been afraid of taking these fights. So I'd be keen to see how it happens. But it looks like Gun might just be pulling back. It's not worth it. Nah. We've got some chicken dinners to win here, so maybe we'll just take a drive away and get ready for the next zone. So it does look like that's the mentality that's happening here, which, I mean, Patchy, I respect that. I mean, they are the closest to that first place at the moment in time, and they haven't had the best of luck up until now. So I don't blame them for being worried that Temper's going to pull up on behind them and try and take them out, and they just want to take the safe rotation out of here and worry about the fights and the kills as soon as we get into those chaotic last few zones.
Yeah, if you've got the mental right now as Gun, if you're playing as Gun right now, you've got the mental, it's still okay, you haven't necessarily given up, you haven't been too shook, then the way to play this now to try and overtake 4KT is some major performances. I mean, you've got to go in and, I mean, Gun have done it, right? So this is why we're still talking about it, right? Because if Gun hadn't done this previously, we wouldn't even be talking about this. But Gun has picked up 35 kills in a single game before. They need to pull that off twice if they want to make it happen again. I'm not sure if that's about to happen. G3 have done a really good job of shutting them down time and time again, being a constant thorn in their side. And so, yeah, whether it's going to happen or not, like I said, I don't think so. But the fact that the possibility is even there, the fact that we're even entertaining these ideas is just a testament to the insanity that has been the finals so far and just the caliber of performances that we've been seeing from the teams. It's been from strength to strength, really, that we've been seeing coming out here. They have grown so much, pretty much all across the board, these teams, seriously just stepping it up in the finals. And 4KT, man, those guys just proving their mettle. There were a lot of people that were kind of, sussing out what it is that 4KT could do, Can they live up to their name here in the Umzansi Esports League? That's the question we were wondering about, especially during the regular season, because, they were sitting at the bottom of the log. They hadn't pitched because they were busy with other tournaments. And then they came in, and right at the end, they just sprinted to the finish. They made it in, and now here they are just wreaking absolute havoc in the ranks.
I mean, it's actually just sort of ridiculous when you think about it and the journey that they've taken to get to this point in time and how they've been performing now. I mean, they've definitely been keeping us on the edge of our seats, just ready to show us on Championship weekend what exactly they have and what they can do. Now, Euphoric Gods and Undisputed AE taking a few fights there. It looks like Euphoric Gods have lost someone, unfortunately. Hunter out. Oh no, he's been really fantastic at getting those long range fights going and just punting the bullets at anyone and everyone that he could find. So that's an unfortunate member to lose, and Sunny might be the next one in that that target, as Euphoric Gods are nowhere to be seen. It's just Sunny here. Where are the rest of them? Oh my goodness. They're all the way there by Hacienda del Patron. So at this moment in time, Undisputed AE basically have a free kill. They have a 4v1 in front of them. unless they haven't spotted him. I don't know how Sunny's going to get himself out of that one. But we'll wait and see as those rotations do come through. Does look like 4KT, Aphelion Apex, and of course the likes of Euphoric Gods as Sunny and Undisputed AE still have to make that rotation in. Lag might be running into what looks like 4KT, but turning our attention away here to Influence Rage and NFxUNIQUE. Now, Influence Rage, they were sitting in that third place. They were really consistent getting into those triple digits and holding on to that. But I feel like they've been very unlucky today. They've been getting those kills, but they keep running into those third parties, fourth parties, fifth parties at low HP, taking those fights over and over and over again hasn't obviously been working out for them. So hopefully we get to see a little bit more of them today. Oh my goodness, Sunny, have you duped Undisputed AE? He's alive. He's alive in zone, but he's alive.
Well then, he's alive and he is kicking at the moment, rotating up towards what looks like Sinister up in Hacienda del Patron. It's going to be a long journey, but it's doable. I mean, the zone doesn't do all that much damage at the moment, so it definitely can be done. Looks like he may have just avoided Undisputed AE for the time being. They are potentially looking for the gatekeep here, but they might not be able to get it if they're not willing to go into the blue zone at the moment. Of course, we've got Gun rotating away from all of the chaos. They're just trying to get some placements for themselves. Basically, the goal for them, I think, in this is to maintain their position up in second place, which means that they have to beat Influence Rage and stop them from getting any amount of points, or at least getting more than them at the end of the day. Link's going to go down to Vortex. The Zero Tolerance is moving in. You can see on the map there, Ultra 6 also taking a little bit of damage here, but they're kind of squeezed in between a couple of teams. We've got Sincerity right up above NFxUNIQUE, and G3 rolling up right into the middle of the chaos. So they're just positioning themselves ready to take on the world and just accumulate massive amounts of points here. 8's going to go down. Sinister also going to fall as Potato puts the shots in. Sinister gets taken out immediately as well. Ultra 6, of course, now looking down the barrel of Zero Tolerance. We'll see if they can survive. Superior goes down to Nerf as Gun have decided to pull the trigger there as they roll on up in towards the Young Thundercats, but Aphelion Apex is coming in from behind, so they need to be careful here. The zone is getting that much smaller bit by bit. These are not going to be easy times. A-bomb, lots of damage taken here. 1 HP, barely surviving, but will still be alive for now. No, he won't. Slam dunk nade gonna send him down into the dirt, and Plaza running up for that quick thirst, which he will indeed be awarded here, going for the rest of the kills in towards the Young Thundercats, and it looks like they're having a tough time fighting back here. Just not able to find what they're looking for, getting caught out at the top of that hill, and now looking for a potential rotate away from this fight. Definitely not wanting to actually take Gun on here. Lord is going to fling himself into himself, which is always fun.
I mean, it was about to happen at some point, surely, right?
Of course.
Of course, it happens. Then Africa, unfortunately, also taking quite a little bit of hits there from NFxUNIQUE as cards are exploding and players aren't happy about that one. El Chapo going out by the looks of it. And, ooh, Young Thundercats getting some revenge there. Not the way they would have wanted, though, from Temper. Lag as well. Taking a couple of pot shots there, trying to stay in this one and trying to stay active. Still 15 teams left, but look at the players that have dropped. So far, we've lost 9. So some teams are hurting in terms of the numbers, and so far, Pain Africa, they're still taking shots. Looks like Influence Rage are also getting a few knocks here and there, and Euphoric Gods, they have finally gotten some revenge, actually, because that's a full circle revenge. Sunny has survived, he's got into his team, he's told them the game plan, and they just went for that revenge onto Undisputed AE. So that is fantastic. That's a beautiful full circle revenge, but it does seem like Euphoric Gods are going to be the first team to drop out as your 15th team. 4KT now. Ooh, this is patchy. This is what we've been wanting. 4KT and Gun have found each other on Miramar and are going head to head as we speak. Currently, your number 1 and your number 2 teams have found each other on a map and are looking to take each other out. The prospect of that, mind you, for everyone watching right now, is absolutely insane. If 4KT go out here, to Gun, I mean, not only just the bragging rights, but then Gun have an opportunity to start climbing back. Whether or not it's going to be enough, I'm a little bit doubtful, but it will definitely give them the momentum they have been lacking today.
I mean, the question right now that I'm asking in my head is Gun actually able to win this battle? Are they able to do it? Do they have the ability to take out 4KT right now? Sure, they have some positioning and they've got the zone in their favor, but they're going to have to really put the performance on him. Maybe staring down the barrel of their enemies has given them the boost that they needed to take this fight. Already gotten a single knockdown onto 4KT, who is scrambling to try and get the res. Pronto gets thirsted. That could be the beginning of what Gun needed to make this fight happen. The fight of the finals here. Number 1 versus number 2. Are they going to be able to make it happen? Gun dancing around the edge here. Andrew very much separated from the rest of the squad, but he's going in for the kill. Pounds just going to be backing off with Plaza to make sure that they don't get anything for free. Fex onto the one side, very low on HP, and Short Boy, he's not willing to just let it go. He wants to get the points in here. He wants to get the damage. Pounds now coming around the back. 4KT need to be very careful because they still have to worry about the blue zone behind them. Smoke getting popped. Fex still low on HP. Gun have not overextended just yet. They're waiting for 4KT to walk up. They know that they don't have to overextend right now. So the pot shots coming in from Gun to try and stop the rotate away. But Fex will escape into the compound below. And the rest of 4KT look like they want to join him. Andrew actually going to be alone here on the side of the mountain. Not really going to be with the team just yet. Has to get in that vehicle and rotate away. But it might just be that 4KT barely escape with their lives, and indeed they will just barely. Andrew taking a lot of damage, but he does make it to safety for now, although 4KT find themselves in the difficult predicament of facing down the blue zone, which is 4 going on 5 zones deep, which means a lot of damage is incoming for sure. 4KT got to patch themselves up and regroup. Andrew's still off to the one side, but it looks like 4KT will be able to survive for the time being. Ultra 6, however, may not be so lucky as Miyagi gets taken down by Hainsley. Instantly, the thirsting shots coming through, and he will go down, but it is to 0 more than anything else here. As the crossfire coming through in a big way. NFxUNIQUE trying to take on Zero Tolerance, but Vortex too quick on the trigger. Zist and Terry gonna go down as well. Cation Phase now trying to make it happen, but too much damage, too many angles, too many players. And Phase is the last one left, and he might not be able to do the damage. Indeed, down he goes. And NFxUNIQUE get taken out by Zero Tolerance. Yet 13 teams still remaining as the zone closes up once again. Bit by bit, we are seeing these teams getting taken out. We are seeing the zone getting smaller and smaller. We almost saw the fight of the finals happen between Gun and 4KT, but the disengage didn't come through after a quick kill by Gun on towards 4KT, who are looking to try and survive a little bit longer.
I mean, that's the call that we needed to see, right? If they did go and take that fight, they were membered down. They didn't have the advantage in terms of height, in terms of the angles. Gun had everything in their favor. So I like the fact that 4KT, they just disengaged. It wasn't worth it. It was never going to be worth it. And they made that decision immediately as soon as they could. Now they're rolling up onto BBC, however, who seem to be quite a bit in their way. So we'll see if that breaks out, if they can maybe just take the ridge line into the zone. Hopefully avoiding lag as well, but for the time being, BBC have found 4KT. Aimer's gone down. BBC have turned their attention to 4KT, and it looks like they're happy to take a fight. They're happy to take the number 1 out for the count, but Aimer will be left behind while the last 2 members of 4KT make that rotation again straight into another team, which is lag. Hopefully they won't be spotted, else that will be the end for 4KT. Looking at it now, G3 have found young Thundercats once again taking a few hits here and there, and 4KT actually getting a little bit of revenge onto lag with that rotation coming through. My goodness gracious, but look who's just around the corner. It's of course Gun finding Aphelion Apex here, looking to get a few kills, looking to get a few points, which they desperately need at this moment in time. We've got 11 squads left. We've got all squads some shots, looking for some kills. Even Sincerity is getting in the fight now with BBC and Gun. My goodness gracious, everyone is just taking a shot at each other at this moment, and that's what we love about Miramar. Those long-range fights, everyone taking a piece for themselves, taking a piece from each other. It looks like Zero Tolerance, though, is having a little bit of trouble there with Influence Rage coming in and spoiling the party at this moment in time. everyone desperately fighting to get into zone. Andrew out in the open, and Flacco is going to be very happy to take that knock and potentially the thirst if they can get the angle there. But where is the last remaining member of 4KT? It's only one member left, Patchy. Only one member left of our current pole position holders.
Oh man, 9 teams remaining as Vortex and Evasion gonna get taken down. Rush also gonna drop. Now falling to Muffin as the shots are absolutely flying from every single direction right now. Nerf gonna hit the floor. 1 also gonna go down to 6. Sleepy falls to Muffin. That mini 14 just hammering away. G3 right up here with the Inspector and Sahil, as well as Muffin and 4KT with Vex right over here at this little warehouse. G3 with the serious numbers. Might just be able to pull another one once again here on just about everyone in front of them. Could be a difficult time. Inspector going for the long range shot onto Eamon and will find it. Short Boy Slim going down to 0. Inspector, of course, picking up Eamon there, as you can confirm in the kill feed. Right now, G3 in a great position. They've got the numbers, and all they have to do is wait for the stragglers right next to them to start moving for the rotate and just pick them off one by one. Plaza going to get exploded. 8 teams remaining. As G3 do decide to get their rotate going. 6 going to be the first one to move out. Pounds goes down to Sully, who does get the thirst as well. 7 teams remaining. Man, oh man, what is this? What are we witnessing right now? G3, good positioning. They've gotten themselves across into the zone. They are safe for the time being. They're already on the offensive. Flaco putting the hits in towards Inspector. Gunner going to go down in return as Sahil puts the shots across, and the blue lines across the screen obscure my vision for quite some time. There it is. BBC getting hammered as Law goes down. 4 teams remaining. Man, oh man, this has been moving way too quickly right now.
I want you to look at that mini map right now. You do see that little 4KT, right? You see that one member of 4KT still alive, still in the top 4. There's 12 players left on this map, and somehow, some way, 4KT have managed to be one of them. That's insane. Okay, but moving on. My mental break can come later. Influence, Rage, Temper, and Affiliate Apex, some of your more fulfilled teams, more alive teams, especially now with 6God looking to take out that last member of 4KT who's just trying to hide behind the tree. Somehow, somewhere, though, Influence, Rage actually coming in and saving 4KT. Bobbing and weaving, it's Vex trying to just get into a better position and a little bit of cover to stay in this for his team. Ooh, nades, careful. They hurt. Influence, Rage, Temper, Aphelion, Apex. This is going to be an interesting one. These are teams that are very close in that top 4 finish, in that prize position that they could be taking away a share of the prize pool today. They all want to be taking some points here. Temper especially, they want to be climbing that leaderboard as they are nowhere close currently to the top 4. So if they can come through here, take a winner chicken dinner, it would really, really bolster their efforts for the finals weekend. 4KT, I don't even understand how they're still in this. Vex, you mad lad. You absolute mad lad that you're still in this.
He learned how to skip. He learned how to flip. He learned how to dip, and he's still alive somehow. He's got his grenade prepped. Down it goes. Throwing across to the enemies across the other side, but the zone has moved. It is favoring the team there from what looks like Influence Rage, but the rest of the teams do not have the same positioning. Aphelion, Apex need to make the rotate up. 4KT still alive. Hopes and dreams resting on the shoulders of Vex. G3 looking to shut them down, but they're sandwiched. If they're going to make one single mistake here, Vex could potentially capitalize on that, but Silly putting the shots across in towards Aphelion, Apex. Lots of damage being done. It looks like they might just be just absolutely strangled out of this game, choked to death here, one by one as they try and move up. Kage trying his luck to get into the zone, but no, says Hainsley, no you won't. Getting that thirst super quick. 4KT, there's Vex jumping around on the hilltop, trying to maybe get this quick dip onto Sully, but no, he doesn't allow it to happen. 4KT will be getting sent out in 4th place. We have 3 teams remaining at the moment, and it's G3 now trying to make that rotate themselves, but they are getting the gatekeeping gun right on top of them as well. Can G3 succeed where the pressure is rising? It's all the way to the top, and it's too much to handle. Too many angles. 6 very low on HP, has to find every single shot, cannot make a single mistake. But no,
Ooh.
it's too much to ask, and down he goes. Influence Rage will take the chicken. They will take, oh man, that is way too many kills. I think they might just be contending for second place here.
I told you, because Gun has been literally gunned down by Temper the entire day. Now the other teams have an opportunity to take that second place away from them, to actually get into that prize position and take a bigger share of the prize pool. As we know, I mean, it's a juicy prize pool, so of course we would be very happy to take some extra cash away. And Influence Rage was one of the closest teams to doing that. And now with the way that these maps have been going, there's a real shot here, surely.
I think so. I think so. I mean, look at those kills. That's a lot of points.
I think this championship is done and dusted officially. Like, I'm calling it right now, like the U.S. presidential election. Arizona goes to Slime 4KT.
Where's your
Ladies
gavel?
and
You know, just knock
gentlemen,
it down.
I'm telling you, it's like it's pretty much done, because they've just managed to get fourth place. Those placement points are going to be very valuable with 2 kills. The only way anyone is getting close to 4KT is if they don't get any points at all. And they seem to be having a great strategy. I was particularly impressed by how they disengaged with that fight against Gun, and Gun ended up getting taken out before them. Patchy,
That's
look at
second
these
place.
numbers. Tell us what we're looking
That's
at.
definitely second place. It has to be. Influence Rage, 30 points from that match. That has to be. I mean, just take a look here. I don't think we see Gun anywhere on this list on the first page here. That has to be second place for Influence Rage for sure.
Definitely, absolutely.
I mean, we'll confirm once we get to the leaderboard. Here it is. Of course, you can see Gun, yeah, down in 9th, so that's 4 points for them. So that's definitely second place for Influence Rage. They put in the work, they've put in the points, they put in the kills. Let us have a look
They
at that
basically-
overall leaderboard. Of course, we have to look at the MVP. It's Hainsley at 6 kills, 776 damage. Influence Rage, they have to take that MVP. Of course it is. Of course it is. They just put in the work to move up the leaderboard. They have been rewarded, I believe. We're about to find out, but it should be. I mean, 30 points is nothing to scoff at.
Influence Rage just did exactly what Gun should have done in the last match.
It's there. It happened. I can't believe. Listen, I've been waiting for this top 8 to change this entire weekend, because I was like, guys, you can't just be telling me out of 16 teams only the top 8 is going to stay the top 8 for the rest of the weekend. And here it is. Influence Rage has made a statement today. Everyone watching right now, they've taken that second place away from Gamers United Nations. Of course, Slime 4KT still staying at the top, still very happy, because Fex has some insane sort of invincibility cloak. I don't know how he managed to stay alive, but here we have it. Gun in 3rd place at the moment, and Temper, what a jump, in 4th place with 104 points. Undisputed AE in 5th place, BBC coming through with that 6th place, Euphoric Gods in 7th, and NFxUNIQUE in 8th. Patchy, they did it.
They definitely did do it. The thing now that we have to wait is that we still have one more game. It's Erangel is going to be coming up. We could still see some table shaking.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, exactly, because I'm looking at from the teams all the way down from 3rd position, all the way down to at least 10th or 11th, with a good game, could get into that top 4 spot. So it's not over, ladies and gentlemen. Listen, if you are watching right now, this is the final of the Umzansi Esports League PUBG Mobile Tournament, brought to you by Northern Gaming. Myself, Patchy, and S-Proxy will be back right after this break for the last game of the season. Ladies and gentlemen, you do not want to miss this one. We will see you right after the break. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back for the final showdown in season 3 of the Umzansi Esports League. My name is Dr. Sid here with Pachi and S Proxy, and we are about to go in on a match that is going to determine the champion of Africa when it comes to PUBG Mobile. We have seen Slime4KT all but secure that spot, but anything can happen in the next few games. Somebody can come up with the most amazing PUBG game in the history of PUBG Mobile, and we have an upset. Not a likely, anyways. But at this point in time, before we go in, I want to say something very quickly. If you are not following Not Doing Gaming on all our social media, go do that right now. And you definitely need to check out the brand new notwingaming.africa, which is probably the coolest website right now and has all the information on what you need to know about esports in Africa, especially talking about what's coming up next, which we're going to show you or give you a little preview of what's coming up from Nodwin Gaming right now. Check this out. It doesn't get any better than that. The Apex Legends Throwdown is coming to you live. But first of all, right now, let's take a look at what's happening on this stage tonight. It is championship night. It is finals night. It is the last game of the season. Let's take a look at the standings and where we're at right now.
Yeah. Let us jump into it. It is none other than 4KT with a considerable lead above the rest, staying in number 1 at 184 points. Basically, undisputed champions right now. We've got one more game to go, but I doubt anyone's... In fact, I don't think it's even possible for anyone at this point to take them over. The real question is who is going to be stealing away second place? That is the real question right now. Influence Rage has made the change up into second place with 131 points. Gamers Unite Nations, having been tripped up game after game after game, have not been able to maintain their slot. They've moved down to third place, and now G3 looking hungry for their spot. They have been doing this on purpose. They have been sabotaging Gamers Unite Nations, hungry for their spot, ready to take them over, followed very closely by Undisputed AE, who has dropped down into 5th position with 102 points. BBC in 6th with 93, Euphoric Gods with 93 as well in 7, NFxUNIQUE in 8th position with 92 points. This is where all of the aforementioned table shaking is happening. We're going to see in this final match of the finals if Temper are going to be able to make it up into top 3, if Influence Rage is going to be able to maintain their position in second, if Gun are going to be falling and tripping up once again, or if they're going to finally make something happen here in the final game of the finals.
I'm actually curious to see who's in from the 9th to 16th position. I'd love to see that page of the table because I still think there's an outside chance that somebody is going to come through with a surprising game and shake that particular table. And let's look at this. Aphelion Apex with a 30-point game might just make it into that top 4 spot because, as we know, if we go back to the other page, the top 4 spot is at 104, meaning that if the person in 4th position doesn't get G3 Temper or Undisputed AE don't get any points, and the Aphelion Apex pulls off a 30-point game, they could make it to that top 4 spot. So it's really, 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 really tight. I mean, that's a long shot, but any of these teams from 4th to 8th could really shake up the table. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to go into the map. I want to ask very quickly, Esmery, any final words before this final map?
Gun, if you see Temper, run away. That's all I have.
Yeah, that's pretty well said.
Like, come on, you run, you leave that. It's done. Do what 4KT has been doing. They've been prioritizing placements. You want to be as good as 4KT, you got to put the goal in front of you. You got to focus on the goal. The goal is to win. The goal is to get as many points as
The
possible.
goal
The best way
is
to
to
do that
win
is
and get as
placements.
many points as possible. Yes, it is. Pachi, tell me what are your final words for this final map?
Well, I have to say that I think 4KT can run wild, and I think it's basically up to them what they want to do with this. I think that they can be a little bit cheeky here. I think if they can go and purposefully seek out either Gun or Influence Rage or G3 and actually just make their lives difficult right now, that is what they can do. They have the liberty to basically do whatever they want with the score that they have achieved so far. On the other hand, I'm seriously looking for Influence Rage and Gun and G3 to go throat to throat right now. Like, just absolutely go for one another in the biggest way possible. I have to say, it has been very impressive to see these teams scramble towards the top. They've given us an incredible showing. I mean, we've seen 4KT out here dancing 2v everything, basically, playing a PvE 2 versus the world, and somehow surviving barrage of nades and mollies and gunfire with just a tree. And we've seen G3 climbing up from the second page all the way up into almost third position, contending for the spots. I just have to say, well played to all of these teams.
And so it begins, ladies and gentlemen, the final map of Season 3. We're back on Erangel. Ladies and gentlemen, I leave you in the very capable hands of Esmarie and Pachi as we get into the action. I will see you after the map.
Yeah, boy, it is the final map. We are all the way back on Erangel to finish things off in a nice and comfy, familiar environment to slaughter our enemies. We'll see if Gun can make something happen here in the final game of the finals. Maybe they can take their position up in second place once again, or perhaps they're about to get tripped up again by all of their competitors who are looking to steal that crown away, steal the position away. Right now, these players are fighting not only for the bragging rights, they are fighting for the prizes. And you know that we are going to see the champions be crowned at the end of this game. It has to be 4KT. The question is who lands in positions number 2, 3, and 4. We're about to find out who is going to kick the bucket and who is going to pick up the trophy.
That's the question here. I also want to see what's our final zone going to be looking like. Is it going to be another lenient one? Or, oh, okay, a little bit more spicy than what we've seen so far, but not as spicy as what these zones have been so far. All in all, the zone has been on a pretty good behavior for the finals weekend, and I'm curious to see how it's going to affect a lot of these teams. Influence Rage Africa actually sitting quite close to the top there by Severny, Undisputed. The furthest so far, they're close to Primosk. And the rest just around the edge, while, I mean, we've got Young Thundercats and Pain Africa right close to each other. Bachi, this one could be interesting.
It certainly could be. Young Thundercats having a bit of a history of just hard dropping now in the finals here. They just want to, they really just want to stir the pot. These guys are pot stirrers, chaos makers, whatever you want to call them. They're in it to really just shake things up, and it's Pain Africa who are in their sights. But right now, the nades are softening them up for Pain just to collect on these kills. So Young Thundercats, let's have a look and see if they can make anything happen. Kingdom goes down. That's Adonis putting the shots in. Superior making some damage happen as well. They're just not looking to let up. They're not going to give Pain Africa an easy time here. Of course, Kingdom does go down. A chapter next to fall as A-Bomb does the work. This could be a bit of a tragedy for Pain Africa. Not going to find the points that they are looking for. Of course, it's not going to be all that much of a difference in the grand scheme of things because they're not really playing for the positional points. At this point, they're just playing for the love of the game. That's great to see because, of course, it has been an absolute insane set of games here this finals. And, of course, even just today, Young Thundercats looking to collect some points, and they certainly have collected a couple of kills here, looking to continue to put the chaos down in the ranks. And indeed, if they continue to do that, if they wipe out some teams here, if they take out Pain, then they're just making things, you know, that much easier for the other teams that don't have to then worry about all these outliers.
I just want to take this moment to remind everyone that's watching, we started this journey, we started Season 3 on the 21st of May. that's that's quite a few ways of months back, but the fact is we're finally here. This is the last map of season 3 of the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Nodwood Gaming Africa, and it's going to be a crack of a one because at this moment in time, I'd say it is very competitive at the top there. Anyone could still come through, as Dr. Sid said, even from 9th place, maybe even 10th place, depending on how good of a game they really want to have. They could come through and they can steal it away. That's how competitive this weekend has been. Otherwise, then forget about 4KT just absolutely dominating and being ridiculous this weekend. The rest have been so consistent in climbing that ladder and keeping us on the edge of our seats till the last moment. At this moment in time, when we look at it, I mean, 15 teams left, only 3 players have dropped so far. The rest still staying pretty calm and collected at this as this loot phase does continue to go on, and everyone gets themselves set up for that's bound to be a bit of a cracker of a game for this last map of Erangel. We all the way back to where we started on the 21st of May. So full circle, Patchy. Here we are. We've all the way come back to where we started, and I mean, for a lot of these teams now, what's the mentality they have to take into this one? Do they go after the number 1 spots, or for the teams that are really really close, they surely have to be gunning for those kills as much as they're gunning for that winner chicken dinner?
I have to say, if I'm one of the teams sitting towards the bottom of the log right now, my entire game plan is to seek out the top teams and just make their lives as difficult as possible. Don't even go in, don't challenge them, find them and then sit next to them so that whenever they have to move, you just put some shots in their back, or you just keep your presence known so that they know that you're there and they know they can't move up. And they know that if they do, you're there to try and collect. So they have to try and, take you out, and then you just run away and you do the same thing again and again and again. You really just make their lives tough. That's what I'd be doing. But of course, I don't think we'll be seeing that. At least these guys know how to play far better than I do. And I'm quite thankful for that because I get to sit and watch them do their thing. Zero going to be putting the shots over in towards Superior as the young Thundercats continue to move around, seeking out some players to take down and some more buckets to stir around here with their stick of chaos. So we'll see if they can make it happen. They put it into Pain very recently. Anad, of course, onto the one side. Now they've turned their attention in towards the lag to see if they can continue to just be a thorn in the side of all the teams in the general vicinity. So we'll see if they can make that happen. For the time being, it looks like Lag has come to respond a little bit. One, let's see if he can spot out any of those young Thundercats players here, as the rest of Lag does sit in the surrounding area waiting for somebody to show face. The rest of the map, of course, all the teams moving on into that zone as we do see the blue slowly closing in. Nothing to be worried about just yet. Of course, it doesn't do as much damage, but you can see the teams streaming in from the southwest and a lot of concentration around the middle of the map, as one would expect. BBC, of course, down in Multipower, as we generally see them. Gun over in Yasnaya, not contested at the moment. So we are just going to have to wait and see what happens there. G3 also in the mix. We're seeing now, what are we going to be seeing from 4KT? They are already taking a fight, and Fex looks like he might just go down. Just barely escapes with a sliver of HP. That's not how you want to start things out, 4KT. They just want to continue to push their advantage here. And it looks like Zero is going to be capitalizing on their frivolence. Now, of course, it's not too much of a problem at this time because 4KT have basically solidified their lead, but they still want to go out with the bang. So they do not want to lose this fight right now. It would be kind of weird to see them drop, but they're going to have to put up a fight here against Lag.
I mean, already with Vex down, so I mean, the invisibility cloak not working out so well this time around, but Lag coming through looking for blood. They do take out 4KT here. It would definitely be doing wonders to their points at the moment. But we'll have to wait and see as they're just trying to figure out how they're going to tackle this scenario here. How are they going to get around to this one? So, I mean, looking at it, Lag currently is sitting in, I think, quite close to 9th, somewhere around there. Actually, they're within the top 8, would they? So, they have a very big opportunity here. If they can get some kills going, this could be the change-up that they need to get into prize pool position. For a lot of these teams, there's an opportunity here. BBC, what it looks like BBC is just around the corner. Andrew, as usual, trying to just dodge nades, bob and weave. as the rest of 4K roll in. They might be rolling in right behind Lag. This might be what they need to happen, but just around the ledge around, they need to be careful here. One doing quite a bit of damage as the cars roll in. The damage goes. Pronto is down, and down to half HP. The rest of 4KT not looking very healthy at this moment in time. Lag seems to have their number in this one. How are they gonna turn this around at this point? I don't even see how it could happen. So many members of 4KT right now are so very low. There's an opportunity here that they could be the first team to go out. It's down to Vex, he's trying to hold off, he's trying to keep Lag away, and it's not gonna be enough. 4KT, your current poll champions have just been the first team to go out on the last map of championship weekend.
That
Wow.
is huge. That is absolutely huge for just about everyone in the server right now, because that is just the biggest hole open right in the middle of the map for them. That is exactly what they need. If anyone wanted the best opportunity to try and steal away those last prize pool positions, this is the way you start it out. You take down the leaders. You take down the biggest thorn in your side that's going to stop you from getting those spots, and they have been eradicated, eliminated. They are out of the picture, and now everyone knows it. Everyone has seen them getting taken out. They know their chances have just increased by a huge amount, and now it becomes who is going to be able to find those kills. Lag over here looking for some shots in towards Inspector, Sahil, and the rest of Undisputed AE. Potato off to the side. Low HPs for Matrix, but the rest of UAE is okay. Lag very much bunched up here in the smoke. But this is a great opportunity. Sinister goes down, and A-Bomb also going to fall to the Tommy. Looks like Kanad is going to go down to Ungodly here, and Zero looking for some shots. Going to get taken out. Very low HP, and this could be the end of Lag as they are getting sandwiched here between some difficult positions. Undisputed looking to finish this off nice and quick. Man, oh man, can you imagine a better situation for the likes of Gun and Influence Rage to fight it out, to find some points, to make things happen here, to get into those prize pool slots?
You know, and I was actually wrong. Lag Esports was sitting in 13th place. I mean, it's not like they picked up an insane amount of points just by taking out your pole position leaders, but you know, they killed the Kings. They killed 4KT. And now at this moment in time, they are still fighting tooth and nail, but they are fighting way too many opponents at the same time. It's young Thundercats that are just around the corner to rain on their parade. And of course, Undisputed AE, who are in a really good position to take this. Like, if they can hold on, they could potentially be, you know, in that top 4 finish. They could be taking a share of that prize pool today. So for them, this is crucial. For them, this is an opportunity that they do not want to slip out of their fingers. They're currently in 5th place. They could be going so much further. They're just one position away of just entering that prize pole position. You can see Young Thundercats, Lag, and Undisputed AE still outside the zone, duking it out, trying to get as many points as they possibly can, while in the meantime, Gun, center of zone alongside Influence Rage and NFxUNIQUE. So again, there's a lot of potential huge fights that could be shifting the way that that leaderboard is going to look like at the end of this game that are so close to breaking out.
Yeah, I mean, this is it right here. We're going to see if these teams can make it happen. For the time being, Inspector just hopping around inside that blue zone as Zero and Fantasy do outrun it for now. Just skirting around the edges there, making sure that your boy Inspector, making sure the gatekeeping is happening here. We'll see if they can make it out of that blue. For the time being, though, you can see the rotates coming in from the likes of EBC, Zero Tolerance down in towards the southeast as they make their way across into the zone, which is very much underpopulated at the moment. We've only got a couple of players really in there. BBC taking quite a bit of damage as they go in. Hull goes down. That's Rush. And Zero Tolerance skills putting the hits in. Zavation goes down as the fight breaks out towards the southeastern portion of the zone as re-entry is proving to be very, very difficult. But we've got G3 in the mix. they could potentially be picking up some points here. BBC now popping the smokes to try and obscure that vision away. But G3 can actually suffer a loss there as Buden goes down. BBC now in for the kill up in towards Vortex. They're just going to raid the compound straight in. Taking control of the area and causing zero tolerance to scatter like bugs in the surrounding area. Ash going down towards the side, but Flacco is here to just be a pest in the side of Hades. Down he goes, puts the shots across, and G3 just looking to pick up as many kills as possible. They've already put 3 on the board, and they're looking to add to that score. Looking to maybe usurp some more thrones here. They are very close to being able to overtake Gamers Unite Nations in their third spot, but they have to make it happen. They've got to put quite a number of kills on the board and place very well to make this happen. G3 already happy that 4KT have been eliminated. That's one less team to worry about, but they do have to worry about a couple other teams.
Yeah, you could say that again. 12 teams remaining, 43 still alive, still in this, still there to rain on their parade. Now, Influence Rage and Ultra 6 taking a little bit of a fight here, and Influence Rage needs to be very careful. As we know it, they're currently in second position. If they go down here before Gun does, it could mean a complete change to their prize winnings at the end of the day, and of course the bragging rights that they have come second in the third season of the Umzansi Esports League. Lag Fantasy going out there to the play zone, so unfortunately they might be stuck to that 13th place, might move up 1 or 2 for taking out 4KT there, but in the meantime, looking at this now, Mercury and Hainsley up on that ridgeline, taking a lot of shots there from the likes of Ultra 6, Miyagi included, and Sully and Sleepy just around the road here, trying to hold the angle. Now, in the meantime, I don't know if you saw that in the kill feed, but Gun have started getting some kills. They have started taking some pot shots, potentially. Also taking a little bit of damage, as Short Sim is, of course, being rezzed at the moment, and they're fighting none other than NFxUNIQUE, who they do not want to be going out to. They have an opportunity to hold on to that second place, to get it back from Influence Rage Africa if they can survive here. Of course, the kills are important, but those placements points can definitely make a big difference. Fourth zone in this, and we still have 12 teams, Patchy. Everyone's still staying alive.
Yeah, we've got our perfect 42 number of players left alive there. If you're Gun right now, you do not want to go out. You want to retake your throne, or at least your throne on second place, your silver throne, that is. Because you want the prize, man. You know, it's about the boasting, sure, but you definitely want to upgrade your prize here. If you can make it happen, then do it. You know, Gun, they're here. They only need a couple more points to make it happen. If they can take out Influence Rage, it'd be great. If they can outperform Influence Rage, even better. But right now, that means they can't be going down unnecessarily. And sure, like you said, if they go down to NF, it's just going to be the worst for them, because that's going to give teams like G3 the opportunity to overtake them. So right now, Gun have to win. They have to survive. They've got to win their battles here, or at least choose them wisely. At the moment, Gun are going to be picking up Ungodly with some shots right across there. G3 continuing to put the points on the board. You can see that they are ready to make this happen. Down there is the fight breaking out towards the south. You can see that zone has shifted down towards the southwest. A couple of bits of rotations coming in from the likes of a couple of teams there. Pablo all the way towards the outskirts. Ultra 6 moving down from the north. All the teams closing on in. Here's A-Bomb pushing into G3. Got to be careful. Very careful here. Nades are getting prepped. Buden low on HP, but does manage to get the health back up. And up he comes, instantly running and catching him with nade in hand. That's going to mean the ultimate demise of A-Bomb. And out he goes. Definitely do not want to get caught with nade in hand when you're getting rushed. Sahil now moving into maybe capitalize on a couple of bits of damage here towards G3. Decides better of it for the time being. Just trying to jump a spot. See if he can spot any of those G3 players up. They will get into the vehicles and retreat. A couple of shots going in their direction as well. They will escape for the time being. They're just going to take a fight straight off the bat. Matrix retreating away from what could potentially be a very big problem. BBC all the way on the one side, maybe some third parties to come in from them, but for the time being, G3, they have the low ground, and if you've watched Star Wars, you know how that goes.
I thought I was going to be the one making that joke today, but apparently not. Pound's going through and doing a service to Euphoric Gods. Those nades popping off at the moment, but look at this one. Influence Rage and Gun have actually found each other now. Your second and third place position teams have found each other and potentially will be taking one another out. How that's going to go, I don't know. Both sides really, really need to stay in this. It's so crucial to both of them that they stay alive. I mean, the only difference between the two is a measly 13 points. Not even, it's like 12 points. My math is horrible. But looking at it now, they need to stay in this one. Temper as well, doing a lot of damage there to Undisputed AE, who are so close to taking over Temper's position. So we've got number 2 and number 3 fighting it out. We've got number 4 and number 3, number 4 and number 5 fighting it out. So everyone that is in a potential place to take some money here is currently fighting the team that is either in their way or potentially the ones to kick them out of this position. This is ridiculous. I don't know how they've managed to do this or how they've managed to find each other. But as we look at it, 9 teams left at this moment in time. And if Temper takes away Undisputed AE here, I think they have a really good chance of taking away some prize money today.
It is a battle of the placements right now. Matrix trying to find the angle onto G3, but isn't able to find anything. Retreats along the perimeter. That blue zone about to move in 5 seconds. Going to make things very difficult for these teams who are going head-to-head, but nobody's had the courage to push up. They know that they're going to be putting themselves in a very difficult position here. Sneak's going to go down in the meantime. Zero puts the shots into no-brainer. We still have 9 teams remaining, 35 players left alive here. As Undisputed AE do decide to rotate away from that hot spot, not deciding to take the fight with G3, which is probably for the best for them. G3 going to be a little bit sad that they're missing out on the kills, but look at this gun now rolling in. They could be just going straight up head-to-head with Aphelion Apex, who they are rolling into. Let's have a look and see if Gun can win this fight. They're just moving in. They're like, this is my compound now. Let's go. Cold has to try and keep a hold of this. The nade absolutely going ham right now. The shots coming through. Rusty, very difficult. Gonna actually jump down. Maybe try and catch Gun off guard as he moves straight in towards the window. Doesn't go in just yet. The shots are definitely, feeds are absolutely flying for sure. Gun are going to get taken down in the meantime. That's huge. The Gun actually going to get naded into oblivion. That could be a huge problem for them. This is definitely a fight that Gun needs to win if they have an intention of staying in this. On the back line, it's Rusty, but he goes down immediately. Gun is at least quick enough on the draw to make that kill. Right now, I feel in Apex too much of a chokehold on towards Gun. Now, Nerf is going to look for the thirst, which could be big. Do not want to let Aphelion Apex get anything more than that right now. Nerf very quick go as searching for what's happening here, but Aphelion Apex is looking to shut them down. They do not want them to progress. They do not want them to advance at the moment. Gun has to be on their game right now, going up into that top rooftop area now, but the nades are just absolutely pounding away, and now the shots from across the way are also putting some damage in. Law going to go down to Keish in the meantime as NFxUNIQUE takes a fight, and Aphelion Apex going to chime in as well. Pounds now picking out Zero. He does find the hits, and the first coming through almost. Cold, of course, getting taken down by a nade slam, dunked by Plaza. Now Kage getting the res in very quickly. Aphelion Apex on the back foot, but they still have a bit of tempo to utilize against the Gun as the blue zone rolls in, barely keeping them alive. Rusty going to get naded out as well as the artillery from Gun is just barely enough. Kage going to go down, and that is it. Done and dusted. Aphelion Apex do get taken out. Gun just barely keeping themselves alive for the moment. Right up ahead of them, of course, NFxUNIQUE, BBC, and G3 all fighting it out for a spot inside that zone. You can see G3 taking up residence right in the middle of zone. That might be a problem for basically everyone else who wants to get in there.
Absolutely, and already Undisputed AE are under pressure. Sully's getting a few shots there into Inspector. So 7 teams left, and Gun have positioned themselves beautifully. Influence Rage still has to come through, and Gun is still alive. So both Influence Rage and Gun have to still duke it out. G3 and Undisputed AE still have to duke it out. And then NFxUNIQUE and BBC have found themselves in this absolute chaos. Now it's only Nerf Me left for Gun trying to hold on to this. Everyone else has been knocked or out for the count. Gun desperately trying to stay alive as the top 7 teams are wilding to get into the zone at this moment in time. Nerf Me desperately needs to stay in this. I can't even stress this enough. If they go out here, then that might be it for Gun. They need all the points that they can possibly get. The distance that these teams have to take get themselves into prize pool positions is so close. Influence Rage prepping the nades. And at this moment in time, everyone shoulder to shoulder. 4 teams left as we look at it. It's Influence Rage. It's NFxUNIQUE. I see Undisputed AE, and I see Temper fighting it out. Gun is completely out as your 5th team dropping here. And so here we okay, I thought we were driving cars through people here, but for the moment being, they're relaxing. They're just waiting for the chaos to ensue. Influence Rage a little bit low on HP, but have some positioning here behind the trees to hold on to. That is, though, not enough for Flacco, who does find one. Influence Rage not looking too healthy at this moment in time. It's only Mercury and Sleepy who are still alive, trying to get those reses popped off. In the meanwhile, Potato and Matrix moving up slowly but surely with the rest of their team, trying to find that position, and Gun still in a very good position. Just behind them is NFxUNIQUE. Oh, look at this. Flacco and Wayne actually going ham there with the shots. 2 knocked, and those nades are still popping, but damage is mostly being dealt so far by Temper. They are so active in this moment in time that they could basically smell the money. They're looking for it. They want a share of that prize pool. On the last day of the championship, they want to win the cash. They want to prove that they can do this. And I mean, they're looking pretty good. Actually, they're very active at this moment in time. They're ready for this one.
Oh yeah, they are absolutely looking for it. Whether they're going to be able to get it or not is another question. G3 have also been very hungry for this. They want to move up that log as well. So the question is, who is going to be rewarded? Who is going to be favored right now? That zone looks like it just says screw you to everyone. It goes down all the way to the south. All the teams have to rotate, but they have to push past none other than G3. This could be the end. This could be the end of the line for most of these teams right now. Could this be a G3 chicken dinner? I am not sure what I'm about to witness. Potato going to get naded out of existence by Hainsley as Influence Rage is looking to get their points. As you said, they're looking very active, but they have to be more than that. At the moment, Matrix and the rest of the squad in a very difficult position right up against that blue zone. Potato going to have to move down. UAE not in a good spot. They might just get taken out right here. FaZe putting the shots in, and there it is. 2 teams remaining. NFxUNIQUE is going to be right up against G3. Who is going to be able to make this happen? G3 have the best shot that they've had in so long to make the points happen, and they found the knocks. The blue zone is in their favor. Everything is working out, and this might just be exactly what they were looking for. And it is. They will take the chicken dinner, and they will find a considerable number of kills in their pocket. I must say, I think that might just be a 2nd place or 3rd place steal coming out of G3 right there. It might even, I'm not sure if that was enough for a 2nd place steal, but it was a damn good effort nonetheless.
Wow. I mean, even Gun, they were looking revitalized in this Erangel. They were really trying their best, but it was going just absolutely chaotic towards the end there. But G3 coming in with the last winner chicken dinner of season 3. That is insane. At this moment in time, I mean, surely, there's the steal, but thankfully, Patchy, we're not the ones doing the math. So
Yeah.
we can just wait. We can just wait and see, because I know if we did it, there would be a lot of mistakes.
Yeah, it wouldn't happen basically. If we
Yeah.
were the ones to do that, then we would never
Nah.
get to the end. The leaderboard would be wrong, and you wouldn't know who won.
Yeah, definitely. I should never be anywhere near the mat. But ladies and gentlemen, G3 coming through with a winner chicken dinner. And ladies and gentlemen, it is official. Slime
Ding,
4KT
ding,
are the champions of the Umzansi Esports League Season 3, dominating the finals.
Woohoo!
All the way from the beginning. They have shown that they deserve to be champions. Listen, this team has put on a masterclass in PUBG strategy, and we are so happy that we witnessed this. Any words, Esmery? What do you have to say about this?
Absolutely brilliantly played by 4KC. They constantly had that game plan. They knew what they needed to do. They knew what they needed to prioritize. They did really well, especially today, just returning and just disengaging from fights that they knew were not going to put them in a favorable position. Absolutely just masterclass coming through here from Slime 4K2. They can be absolutely proud of what they achieved today. It was beautiful to watch, and it was a little bit insane at times, but I also want to know how they make that invisibility cloak, because I think I need to use that for my games.
I can't wait. Patchy, what do you have to say about this tournament so far?
Correct me if I'm wrong. You can fact check me on this if you want, but if I am not mistaken, 4KT throughout this season has literally gone from dead last in this season to being the champions of this season. If that doesn't give you the encouragement that you can make anything happen, then I don't know what does. 4KT absolutely nuts. They've gone from 0 to hero, getting themselves a major dub for this season and showing us that they are not a team to be messed with at all.
You know what? You are absolutely right. And look at the MVP of that final map. It was Flaco from G3 Temper with 5 kills, 807 damage, 24 minutes and 6 seconds survival time. Ladies and gentlemen, that was just a masterclass. Now, I do agree with you that they did come from last, because there was a point where they did not play for a long time, and they were at the bottom of the table when we kept talking about this comeback story of Slime 4KT making it into the next round, and then the next round, and then the next round. And there they are, champions of the Umzansi Esports League. Let's look at how the last map ended and the points distribution. Patchy,
that looks like a steal. I think that's a steal right there. Guys, G3 picking up 28 points in position number 1 for that game. Influence Rage coming in with 20. NFxUNIQUE with 17 in third. Undisputed AE 10 and 4. BBC 9, 5. Gun 9, 6. Lag Esports 6 and 7. And Young Thundercats in 5. In 8th position with 5 points. I think G3 have managed to do it. I think they've got the steal. Let's have a look. I don't see any points coming in. I think Gamers Unite Nations might have just slipped down and lost their 3rd place spot to a G3 Temple. We're about to confirm that as we head in to our overall standings.
Ooh, the moment of truth.
It is the moment of truth, Dr. Sid.
Can I get a drum roll, please?
I would if I had a drum.
Right now.
I do not have my hands.
Let's go. Let's have a look and see it.
Woo!
There it is. There it is. Slime 4KT, obviously your champions, as you saw. Influence Rage maintaining their position in 2nd place, keeping that on lock. But it's G3 Temper with the sprint to the finish, getting themselves into 3rd place, stealing it out from underneath Gamers Unite Nations, who ran out of steam here in the final day. Unfortunately, just sabotaged game after game. And here they are in 4th place, 130 points to their name. Undisputed AE slipped down to 5. With 112 points. NFxUNIQUE in 6 with 109. We've got BBC with 102 in 7th position. Euphoric Gods with 94 points in 8th. Man, oh man. What a steal coming out from G3.
That was just amazing. As we can see, from 9th to 10th, we have Aphelion Apex from Nigeria in 9. Zero Tolerance Skills from Madagascar in 10th, Sincerity Esports and Ultra 6 from South Africa in 11th and 12th, Lag Esports from Mozambique in 13th, Pain Africa from Somalia in 14th, and Young Thundercats and Immortalz in 15th and 16th position, both from South Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, as we said, this is the African Championships, and you see that these guys have done it. Look at that leaderboard. In 4th place, getting a prize money of $765 is Gamers Unite Nations. In 3rd place with $920 prize money is G3 Temper. In 2nd place with $1,530 is Influence Rage. And of course, in 1st place from Nigeria, Slime 4KT, not Influence Rage, sorry. Yes, there we go. With a whopping $3,680, ladies and gentlemen. This is the prize pool distribution of the $15,000 that was up for grabs in the Umzansi Esports League. Season 3 brought to you by Nordwind Gaming. I'm super excited, but right now I feel like it's all over. Like, move from here. Like,
I mean, first of all of these teams have to be super happy. I mean, even if you're sitting in like down towards the bottom, if you're not made it up into these positions that are on screen at the moment, you still can be proud of yourself. I mean, we've seen an insane performance from all of these teams here. I just have to hand it to them. We saw some great stuff throughout the season, throughout these finals. It's been absolutely phenomenal. All the guys on production doing absolute slamming job. All the guys on the obs doing amazing jobs as well. All of the casters and the hosts as well. Big ups Dr. Sid and S Proxy, and a shout out to my boy TK, who's in here to enjoy the finals here of this season. But man, oh man, it's been a roller coaster ride. It's been a comeback story. It's been a story that we have just been following all season long. And if you missed it, man, you missed out. You have to be here for the whole thing to really get an understanding of all the craziness that we have witnessed here today to close things out. And if you haven't gotten yourself in on this action, then you are missing out. So to keep up to date, you've got to follow Nodwin on all of the socials. You've got to make sure you are on that website. It's got all the info, it's got all the VODs, it's got all the upcoming stuff. Man, Dr. Sid, I'm feeling you. What do we do now? The off season is going to be sad times.
Yeah, it is. It is. But, I'm pretty sure that, as we saw earlier on, the Apex Championship is coming. Just in case you missed it, I would love for us to take a look at that promo video one more time to let you guys know exactly what's coming up. But also, just to remind you guys that the promotion and relegation battles for the Umzansi Esports League, featuring the best of the Nkosi Cup, will be coming up next weekend. So there is still some action for you to find out which one of these teams is going to be here in Season 4 and which one of these guys are going down. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what to say. Just to tell everybody this, first of all, follow all of us right now on all our socials. As you can see, our names are right there. We would love to hear you guys chat. Keep in contact with us as we keep talking. Make sure you follow Nodwin Gaming Africa on all their socials. Make sure you definitely check out nodwingaming.africa. It is a brand new website with all the information that you need. My name is Dr. Sid. It has been an honor to do this with Patchy and S Proxy. As we leave you guys, we will miss you so much, but we will see you next weekend for some more action in the promotion relegation battles. Signing out. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.